The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The final day of Rapid Chess did not disappoint at the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland in Warsaw. With crucial points up for grabs, players pressed to pick up as many as possible. Two-time Chinese national champion Wei Yi must enjoy the view from the top because he refused to vacate his spot, maintaining his lead by extending his winning streak to 5 straight games. We have a clear leader, but the reigning World Blitz champion Magnus Carlsen is right on his tail. The Rapid section has concluded, and now it's on to Blitz. Who will excel in the faster time control, and who will be left in the dust? Day 4 of exciting chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 4 of the 2024 Superbet Rapid Blitz held here in Warsaw, Poland. What an amazing rapid portion we've had in this event, battling chess all throughout the first 3 days. But it's finally time for fast and furious blitz action. I cannot wait to see what these players are going to bring to the table. I remember last year Magnus Carlsen scoring 9 out of 9 in one of the blitz days. Will he be able to repeat it? Let's go to the studio and find out.
Rapid part of the tournament is complete with one player in the lead. Now it's blitz and anything can happen. Fast chess coming up right now. Hello and welcome. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be here in the studio alongside the one and only Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and our resident expert. We have International Master Nazi Paikidze. Hello.
Pleasure to be with you both in
Great
studio. Great. We're ready for the Blitz. I hope you are too. Welcome to our show. Thank you for joining us. Well, the Rapids were certainly exhilarating chess. 3 days of great chess. We saw 2 streaks in particular. Kirill started the tournament 3-0, but it was Wei Yi who had a streak of his own. 5 in a row, a cinco, they say, and stands at the top. In fact, do the honors and tell us the standings after 3 days of Rapids.
With absolute pleasure, Yasser. And there we see, on account of his 5-game winning streak, Wei Yi is at the top with 13 points. 1 point behind him, it is world number 1 and reigning Blitz world champion Magnus Carlsen with 12 points. We see Praggnanandhaa on 10 points. But take a look at the bottom. Vincent, Keymer, Anish, Giri, Gukesh, they're on 7. Not that many points separate the two, all of the groups. So that means anything can happen today. 9 games of Blitz ahead.
Absolutely. And tell us about the schedule, in fact.
Yes, I will do. And today we again are spoilt with chess. We have 9 games of Blitz today, 9 games of Blitz tomorrow, and there will be a playoff if it's still tied after 18 games.
Wow.
It's brilliant.
It really, really is great stuff. And the time controls.
Yes, so 2 days of Blitz, 18 games. It's going to be a double round robin, which means the players play each other twice. And it's a time control of 5 minutes plus 2-second bonus per move. So the time is going to get slashed. It's 1 point for a win, half a point draw, and nothing. And I mean nothing if you lose.
Aw, and they work so hard too. Nasi, there is obviously a world-class elite field, but one player in particular stands out in Blitz, and he is Magnus Carlsen.
Indeed, yes, sir. So we have a very exciting weekend of Blitz coming up for chess fans, but let's take a look at the world ranking of our players. You can see that Magnus Carlsen is a clear favorite. He is ranked world number 1, and he's more than 100 points ahead of the next best player, who is Jan-Krzysztof Duda, ranked as 10th player. And then you can see this Erigaisi, Giri, Pragg, Gukesh, they're all in top 10 in the world in classical chess, but in Blitz, some of them are even out of top 50. And of course, Magnus is the best Blitz player ever, as he is reigning 7-time World Blitz champion.
Wow, just
Who is
wow.
going to break that record?
It's incredible.
So of course we expect him to dominate this field in the Blitz format. And now let's go over to Warsaw to hear more about upcoming chess from Anastasiya and Cristian.
Thanks, Nazi, and welcome back, chess fans, to Warsaw, Poland. The atmosphere here is absolutely electric as everybody is getting ready and waiting for the Blitz to start. And you highlighted Magnus Carlsen, of course, but Wei Yi is in the lead right now. And I do want to talk about the importance of starting strong in the Blitz section because it can dictate everything after that. Take a look at this big matchup in the first round of Blitz. Wei Yi against Gukesh, and take a look. First position tied for 8th for Gukesh, so definitely one of the players is having a much better event than the other. And as you can see also, Wei is 4th in the world ranking. Let's take a look at another critical matchup from the starting round. That is the one between Magnus Carlsen and Kirill Shevchenko. Kirill started off strong with 3 victories in day 1. He was leading after day 1. He slowed down after that, but he showed his mettle. He showed that he is here to fight and he can create problems for any of the participants. This one is going to be crucial. I cannot wait to see how these 2 players, Wei Yi and Magnus, are going to start this Blitz event. Anastasiya, how about yourself?
I will keep my eyes on Jan-Krzysztof Duda because he's a local hero here, and also in 2 previous editions he managed to win once, and the second time he came second, fighting for the first place till the very end. Yeah, I mean, he had quite a shaky start here in this tournament, but he won the last game yesterday against Gukesh. He also played this tournament on Chess.com where he managed to defeat Alireza Firouzja, one of the best Blitz players in the world, in Armageddon. So I think he should be in a very good mood today before the Blitz. And I would still think that he's one of the favorites because now he is sharing the 4th place together with Kirill Shevchenko, and we know what happened last year. He can really start winning one after the other, and no one can stop him sometimes. So really looking forward. I'm sure all chess fans here in Poland will support him, and we're going to have a really big fight with those guys.
Anastasiya, in fact, I don't know if you've seen the games from that match between himself and Alireza, but he actually tried the Scholar's Mate against Alireza, and he was successful, not with the Scholar's Mate, but he won that game. Definitely a lot of exciting chess coming up your way. Guys, back to you in the studio, and we'll be here to report on everything that's happening in Poland.
Thank you, Cristian. And let's jump into the pairings.
Absolutely. It's
round
round 1 of the Blitz format. And there we see a game that we definitely will be paying attention to. Wei Yi has the white pieces against Gukesh. Vincent Keymer faces off against Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. Jan-Krzysztof Duda plays Praggnanandhaa. Magnus Carlsen. Now this is probably going to be a marquee matchup.
Right.
Has the white pieces against Kirill Shevchenko. Anish Giri against Arjun Erigaisi.
As we go to the tournament hall and just grasp our breath, our leader, Wei Yi, at the board. He'll have white in the first round. And,
Yes.
Big moment for him because, you know, these early rounds, you know, really set the pace.
Absolutely, because the players are also settling in, adjusting to the new time format. Remember, they're used to 25 minutes plus a 10-second increment per move.
Yep.
Now, 5 minutes and just 2-second time bonus. And there we see all the players getting ready to sit down. Some absentees.
Yep, I do see two vacated chairs.
And there we have Anish Giri coming to the table.
The last to take a seat. He's been fashionably late throughout the Rapid.
But he can't afford to be late in this particular event because only 5 minutes on the clock, and
we're getting ready also because we have a special guest.
yeah, we have Andrzej Domansk, the finance minister, he's going to be making the first move.
Ceremonial first move. And just for those of you who are joining us for the first time and not aware of how we do the blitz, so what we're going to do is, because the action is so fast, we can't possibly cover all 5 games. We're going to focus, that is to say, Jovi and I are going to be focused on one particular game, and we're going to, for the first, we're going to pick Magnus and Kirill, and in case that turns out to be not so exciting, we're going to switch to Wei Yi and Gukesh, and following the round, we're going to ask Nasi about some highlights and Cristian as well. So that's our format for the rounds. We're going to just focus on a game, and it's you and me.
It is. Us two alone. No, but Shevchenko there with the black pieces. One thing I got to say about Shevchenko is last year he was also a wild card on the GCT. Right. He didn't do very well in the Rapid, but he certainly gained ground in the Blitz.
Right.
So this is his strength, and he's playing the big boss.
Exactly.
Let's face it, 7-time Blitz, reigning Blitz world champion, Magnus Carlsen.
This is definitely Mount Everest for him. For me, when Nasi was going through the world's ranking of players, that was incredibly deceptive. What do I mean? So many of these players are juniors. It's very, very hard to get a 2,800 rating when you're 15 years old and 17 years old. So when you tell me that there are 57 players better than Gukesh in Blitz, I go, excuse me, I'll disagree with that.
And here we do see the finance minister, Andrzej Domansk, getting ready to make the ceremonial first move. What do you predict? Oh,
E4.
hang on. Has he been given guidance by Magnus?
No fair. No
E4.
way. Unfair. Magnus told him. Will he keep it?
Well, considering Magnus told him, it would be unfortunate to then take it back and go,
Whoop.
well, it's been taken back, and handshake, and we are off. E4 indeed played by Magnus Carlsen. What are we expecting from Shevchenko? C5. Sicilian, and knight C6 played.
Expect Rosalima with bishop b5.
And knight f6.
Have it.
Nice provocative move there. Asking White, are you going to come forward? Are you going to change that knight? Bishop takes knight and then come forward with the e-pawn, or are you just simply going to close the position down and play d3? And
d3 was the choice.
Yeah, black is going to be arguing that by placing the knight very early on f6, he can maybe reroute it to knight to d7 and prepare e5, but queen c7 played.
In preparation for the move, e7, e5. Knight d2.
Knight d2.
e5 to come very quickly. I'm a little bit surprised. Even by the hesitation, one of the things you don't want to do is allow white to get a grip with e5 followed by knight c4. So e5, better late than never.
And knight c4, putting pressure on e5.
Now here, the most standard thing for black to do is simply to protect the pawn, to play the move knight to d7. There is a school.
Well, you spoke too soon, Yasser. b5 indeed played. But
okay, that one caught me by surprise because of the attack to e5. I thought it was natural to defend the pawn. He didn't. Kirill, what a challenge. b5.
And he
drops instantly back. Knight to d2. Apparently this is known to be an error. Knight takes e5, bishop to d6. I was wondering what white was going to do to play d4. White has lost some time, but he's induced the move b5.
Exactly, and b5
is not a pawn weakness that you
very risky move, right?
Exactly.
Because you can see that white is next going to go a4, put the bishop on a3, and then start eyeballing the c5 pawn. But bishop to e6 played.
a4 and bishop to a3.
Black is perhaps will eventually force the way through with the c-pawn by preparing c5, c4.
Normally, you would probably start with a move like queen e2 here, from what you're saying, to prevent c5, c4. And at the same time, I still like what you've also recommended, Jovi, which was get in the move a4. Now that the pawn, the peshki, is on b5. It's a potential weakness, but you've got to weaken it. You've got to start with a move like a4. Castles.
I like the move a4 as well, because it also, white then has the key to opening up the A line, and that's something that black will have to calculate at every opportunity, but instead Magnus plays knight to g5, harassing the light square bishop. Bishop moves to g5, attacking the queen, and now the queen simply sidesteps. But the issue remains, like, how are you going to actually give a role to this bishop on g4? And the attacks and counterattacks continue. Knight to d7.
I'm a little confused by the cat and mouse play that's going on here. Knight g5 inducing bishop g4, and you could have played h6 and just forced the knight back, but h3, and you don't want to go back to e6 and allow the capture. I don't think you want to take and allow bishop takes g5, although I suspect that's how you're going to get an imbalance. I think h takes g4 is what Magnus wants the most. Knight takes f7, knight takes h7. This move knight d7 is
no, he's gone bishop h5.
And immediately back.
Exactly. Well, the knight did have to move.
Immediately.
But the question is, this bishop on h5, it could get locked out of the game if black isn't careful. A well-timed g4, as you're highlighting, puts the clamp on f5, and now bishop b2. The knight is now rerouting to f5.
I must say that in my view, Kirill has actually done extremely well, and white really hasn't achieved the types of advantage he needs in this position. White basically needs to play f4. He needs a break. And as soon as this knight gets to e6, it really shuts that down. So at last, Magnus is looking across the board and saying, well, where do I find play? And he's come back to his a4 move. I personally would just play a6 and try to say, okay, open up the a file, let's go.
That's true. But there is a point. c5 is still incredibly vulnerable, and the trades have favored black. So I'm thinking the queen can now slide up to e3, the Goldilocks square. The reason why you want to put the queen on the 3rd or the 6th row for black is because the queen can actually go between the two sides a lot more easily. And so rook a2, okay. Yeah, I can see what's happening now. We can just see that Magnus is planning queen to e3, moving the rook to a1, provoking some kind of b4.
No, I wouldn't play b4 myself.
No,
but,
exactly.
Here, I'm also starting to think that I don't like what Magnus has done.
Really?
No, at all. I really don't. I kind of think that, well, I like black's position, actually. So I start to think, okay, where's my golden opportunity to play? And I'm thinking the knight on f4 is really well placed. The bishop on h5 has done its job. It's ready to redirect itself towards the h3 pawn. And what black really needs, strangely enough, is a way to open up the kingside. How are you going to open up this kingside? Well, g5, h5. Let's have some fun. Let's put the bishop on e6. If you like, you're welcome to play the move queen a1.
No, what I wanted to do was queen to e3.
Queen to e3.
Queen to e3, again eyeballing c5, and then what I was kind of hoping is to go a takes b5, and then move the other rook to a1 and say, I got control of the queen side. You can have your play on the king side.
I'll take it, because I really think that when you're playing with bishops of opposite colors, the player with the initiative is a huge advantage, because he's playing with a bishop that you cannot challenge. So yes, you've got your queen e3. Now imagine just, Jovi, just to really put a clamp on your thoughts about white's position.
This was something that I was thinking about
C4?
just now, c4, because two can play the game of chess, right?
Well, again, this idea that you've got bishops of opposite color, in this particular case, what Kirill is thinking is takes. If you take with the pawn back, I have a move, rook takes d2, followed by bishop takes c4.
That's very beautiful.
And the rook on a2 and the rook on f1
Do we
are
have
hanging.
time to show it?
I'm a little reluctant
Okay,
myself.
okay.
But, okay, the idea is we take the pawn and we sacrifice in exchange in case. And what has he done? Yes.
He's taken the pawn on c4. Well, I suddenly, just like that, I prefer black's position.
Exactly.
Bishop to a3.
And bishop to a3 asks the question, where do you want to move your queen? Is it desirable to induce bishop to c5? I would think not. I would think that it would be better just to move the queen, for argument's sake, to, let's say, d7.
d7 and control the d line.
Yes.
Because the bishop wants to be on c5 anyhow. So
Yes, so why
get it
encourage
there?
it? Yes. One of the things in these middle game positions is you really want to induce your opponent to put their pieces on vulnerable squares. And there we have it. Takes, queen e6. He wanted it. For me, the big question was between queen d2. Would you like to trade queens? I want to mate you on g2.
Yeah, you're making good progress, right?
Right.
Getting a rook onto the second row and rook
here,
to b2, queen takes c4.
Queen takes c4 is on black's agenda, as is very simple chess. Rook to d7, rook to d8, rook to d2. Remember, that knight on f4 is really, reaching into the king side, and that g2 square. If I can play rook to d2, it's a monster move. Queen takes c4, rook d7. What would you prefer? Rook d7.
Rook d7.
Asked and answered.
Going for complete control. I mean, is there any way that white can do some repair work? Go rook f2, king h2, kick that silly horse that's there in the middle of the board.
Don't reach for the g-pawn.
Yeah.
Don't reach for the g-pawn when your king is on h2.
Yeah. I was kind of thinking the queen was perhaps moving to c4, but you're right. Rook to b6.
Okay.
Magnus actively striving to create his own counterplay, but really, there's nothing there.
Exactly. Rook to d8, menacing rook to d2. And again, there's going to be checkmates.
Right. I mean, I can see a scenario where the rook will come down to d1, and then there will be a sacrifice on h3. Queen comes to h3.
Crashing through. And queen takes c4 is perfectly reasonable here.
h5.
Wow. Kirill is basically, he's going for the gusto now. King h2. Okay, you were talking about rook coming down to d1. By the way, what's the clock times?
Well, the clock times is Kirill now, 30 seconds on the clock. And Magnus Carlsen are ticking down to 44 seconds. Do remember that the players are getting a 2-second time bonus per move. And Magnus coming in with the queen. But this is the moment where you have to have good nerves.
No, I'm sorry to say, I think there's a blunder alert. I'm sure Kirill's intention was to play rook to d2 ideas. But this move, queen c5, he could have played queen takes c4. He's blundered the position. King h7 was atrocious move. Now Magnus has taken over. Yeah. It's just a very, very, very bad
and now
timing.
With queen takes a5, he covers the d2 square.
And he touched his rook.
He's got to move it. Okay, trade of rooks.
He touched his rook and he was about to leave his rook on d8 hanging.
Kirill down to 7 seconds.
No.
c5.
Too many pawns. Too many
pawns. And this bishop on e3 just controls all the entry squares. And now Magnus gets the control of the d line.
Yeah, it's all.
And now the a pawn starts motoring. Queen to a2. Okay, it's not over until it's over. Queen takes c2 is the big threat.
I think it's time for c6 and rook d7.
Yep, that's convincing. I wonder whether he's perhaps going to go for rook d2 just to keep everything controlled. But no, rook d7 played.
Rook to d7, intriguing.
He's just going to be walking the
queen f5.
Queen f5,
threatening
devastating threat.
The
queen takes pawn.
Magnus got lucky with that one. We're going to go over to the game of Wei Yi as our tournament leader. Wei Yi is, what is the situation? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, let's do a quick count of pieces. Okay, everything is level except his bishop versus knight and Gukesh. 3 seconds left on the clock. Ooh. His king approaches the rogue b-pawn. King b.
This must be winning for
It must be, right?
Gukesh.
And this is one of the things about Gukesh. He didn't do very well in the rapid, but he got excellent positions. Now the king a3.
Oh no, I think... Ooh, no! Oh, that was a good move. And he's got rook to just
rook
in time
to f3, and that's
to
it.
snare the knight.
Handshake, and it's a win for Gukesh.
Wow! We're going to jump to the remaining games. We're going to jump to Anish versus Arjun. Rook and pawn endgame, 3 versus 3. White's enjoying the outside passer, so White's.
Well, the king is marching, coming up to d5.
Careful, careful. You don't want to leave the king side vulnerable.
The king is not allowed into the f5 square.
Whoa. That was a strange decision by Anish to play rook to d1 check. He could have played h4 and... Whoa. White is still... I don't know. Arjun is making things tricky for himself.
Well, there's g5 in the air, so instead, give a check. Gives another check. No, but he can simply harass the g-pawn.
Making a draw, yeah.
And here you go. We see the pawns get traded off. All that's left for black is just to march the king over in the defense. And, okay, now the g-pawn is disappeared. This is just simply an easy draw. There you go. Right. King versus king.
Down to naked kings. I think those are all of our results. By the way, were there... Yes, there was a draw. We just witnessed.
This is the last game, Vincent Keymer against Abdusattorov.
Sorry, I'm just finagling, and there we go. Ah, this looks like a win for white. The knight versus the bishop. All I have to do is drive that king away from the c5 square so I can play king d4. So a knight check at just the perfect moment will do the job.
Well, it looks like it's going in.
It's not so easy to get that king. Oh!
A draw?
Yeah, I think that Vincent somehow misplaced his knight. He certainly had the advantage, but big victory for Magnus Carlsen, a loss for our tournament leader, meaning now King Kong.
A tie at the top because Wei Yi had 13, Magnus Carlsen had 12.
Sorry, you did. I got that two-pointer wrong. But we've got some highlights that we'd like to share with you as Cristian and Nazi are going to tell us what we have missed in the other games. Nazi, what caught your attention?
You know, I was watching the games and everything looked so normal. Everyone was playing accurately, and then in the last minute or so in time scrabble, everything exploded.
Blunders galore, yeah?
Blunders everywhere. So let's take a look at the game between Wei Yi and Gukesh, current tournament leader. They had this English opening, quite pleasant position for white. Wei Yi managed to take control of the center after d4. Here, Gukesh should have played maybe knight a5 and not trade anything in the center yet, keep the pressure, wait for white to maybe push d5. Instead, after this trades, white has a very small but pleasant advantage. And here, Wei Yi could have played knight b5 with this idea of bishop a3. So let's take a look at this line. If a6, just asking to kick my knight out, I play bishop a3. And when you move your queen, I have this move knight d6, quite unpleasant. Then I considered, what if we just pin the knight? Well, white has a very nice follow-up, knight e5, and completely winning position. So this was a very intriguing move, knight b5, but not easy to see. Of course, in time trouble, you want to just make normal-looking moves like rook c1. After this position was quite even for a very long time until the very end. I'm just going to skip to the end game. This is where things got heated. I wasn't sure who was playing for a win. It was equal for a very long time, and I was expecting it to end in a draw. But as we know, in time trouble, things change. In this position, still everything is balanced, but black has this dangerous pass pawn. White was trying to create a pass pawn, but this bishop was very well centralized and dominating the position. If we're comparing bishop versus knight, we would definitely say that bishop here was much better. So we could say Gukesh was slightly better, but objectively it should have still been a draw. This was the moment where maybe Wei Yi got a little bit nervous and played g4, weakening his pawns, because without that, black has no access to white pawns and cannot win any kingside pawns. But after g4, Gukesh immediately played rook a4, and now white's already losing a pawn. However, it would still was probably a draw. White maybe can hold this. We're down a pawn, but we have an active knight. Maybe we get the knight on f6. And because black king is still passive, maybe Wei Yi could have still held the draw here. But he played h5, and Gukesh started to just collect the pawns. And then he did not give any more chances. Completely outplayed Wei Yi in the endgame. So unexpected loss for sure, but time trouble was the issue here in this game. But the very exciting things happened in this game between Vincent and Nodirbek.
Right.
It ended in a draw. However, I will show you the critical moments. I really liked how Vincent outplayed Nodirbek in the middle game. It looks like a standard d4 opening position. And here, he could have taken on c5 and just picked up a pawn. Very healthy extra pawn. Yes, black has two bishops, but one of them is absolutely blocked. The other is looking at an empty diagonal, so no compensation for the pawn. Instead, there's some repetition, bishop h3, bishop g2. We see this often when players in time trouble just want to make some moves. And around here, Nodirbek made a mistake. Queen b5 was a bad move. I think he missed that after knight f4. White quickly comes in, knight d6, queen comes to d file, and black has a lot of weaknesses. So queen is just badly placed on b5. So after queen d7, Vincent played this beautiful move c6.
Ooh.
Let's take a look at the idea. We trade a couple of pieces. And here, if he continued to trade a few more pieces and found this move queen a1, which is not easy to see, white is completely winning because of the weakness of black's king on the black squares. As you can see, this bishop and queen are so well set up, but unfortunately for them, their own pawns are completely blocking them.
Right.
So this would have been a nice win. He played h4, of course, logical looking move. We're just trying to weaken the king side. But after this move, so black had time to improve their position a little bit. So he could have played queen f6 for a couple of moves here just to make sure king was completely safe. But both players kind of missed the idea of queen f6, or maybe Nodirbek was scared that maybe this endgame was unpleasant to defend. However, engine says it's completely even. So instead he played g5, pretty aggressive play from black side, while their king side is weak. But we can't judge these players harshly. They are playing on 10 seconds.
Right.
Here, of course, knight h5 was a very nice move. And after queen g6, just g4, keeping the knight on h5, and black can't really move their pieces.
Exactly.
Queen is very passive, bishop is passive. But knight d2 was played, passive move, bishop c8. And there's a lot of maneuvering. I'll just show you some critical moments here, especially right here where Vincent missed a checkmate in one.
No, queen h5.
Yes, queen h5.
Oh my goodness.
He actually missed this move twice in the game because he played queen f1 check, king g4, and he could have just repeated queen e2 or queen d1 and then go back to queen h5 checkmate. So he was extremely close to winning. Instead, he played king g2. He's trying to checkmate by taking away the h3 square, but he missed that. Maybe he forgot that black king can just walk back. And after that, the game ended in a surprising draw. So let's go over to Poland to hear from Cristian and Anastasiya about the other two games.
Thanks, Nazi. You guys caught the final moments of that game between Anish Giri and Arjun Erigaisi, but it wasn't always as equal as you just saw towards the end, that end game. Take a look at this. This very complex position after d takes c4, the easy way out for white is to just simply recapture on c4, reestablish the material balance. But Anish had different thoughts in mind. He wanted a very complex battle, and he played the move knight to f5. After queen to e6, knight d6, now you're sacrificing a pawn, because if you do take on c4, then I will just simply be able to capture the rook on d1, take the pawn on c4, and just be a pawn up. But what Anish wanted was to take on d6, and rook to d1, allowing black to be a pawn up. Nevertheless, now you have the two bishops, you have the bishop pair, and that's going to give you a lot of initiative as white. I really like this practical decision from Anish. Forget about the eval and saying that black is slightly better in this position. Anish was putting pressure on his opponent, and you can see it on the clock as well. At this point, he was up 1 minute on the clock. Knight to d5, knight g3. But Arjun, I have to say, he really defended very well and consolidated his position. Take a look at this dance of knights. Knight coming to b4, c5. The other knight comes to d4. This pawn on c5 is an absolutely marvelous pawn, because it also supports the knight on b4, but the upcoming knight on d4 as well. Knight to d4, f5, rook to d8, bishop to d5, and unfortunately for black, at this point he played the move knight to e5, allowing white to re-establish the material balance after bishop to d4. And unfortunately for black, he's in danger, but he fought back very nicely. Take a look at this. Rook to d4, rook to f4. This was the critical position. After a4, queen to g3, rook to f5 was a big mistake by black, because after queen to b8, queen takes b6, I managed to establish this very dangerous pawns on c4 and d5. What he had to do was play the move king to h7, which would have equalized.
Yes.
Unfortunately, well, the mistake was reciprocated by Anish with this move queen to e6, which led to the simplification of the position, and that's going to be a draw. But rook to e3 was the final moment where he could have taken the reins of this position and actually win this game, because you cannot stop the move d6, c5, just push the pawns. I'm going to get probably a queen, and I'm going to win the game.
If I try like rook e5, maybe here.
Now I start with d6.
You start with
Yes.
This is very important move, yes, because if you take, then there are some ideas with checkmate.
Exactly.
Perpetual check.
Perpetual check, absolutely. And I'm not going to exchange the rooks. I'm going to keep the rooks on the board. I'm going to push my pawns, and unfortunately, that's going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, so this was really a crazy game, finished in a draw. But look at the other one. I was checking the game against versus Duda against Prague. Absolutely amazing game. Jan-Krzysztof played so well until a certain point. Here he took all the space, you can see from his position is better. I mean, he played it really well. He decided to bring the queen to g5, which actually was a really nice way to do it. After queen g5, h5 pawn is hanging, and really hard to give an advice to Prague in this position, because if you take on a1, then the other rook comes, you give away the a file, so he had to play some tricky moves like queen
That's
d8.
A good move, by the way,
yes,
queen d8.
And it turned out to be not a bad move, because after taking on a8, I don't know, it's risky to take on h5, because you can lose your queen here, yes,
First of all,
somehow.
I think f6.
Just f6, and after that, yes, where is the queen? Yes, g6 is the next move, so you can lose the queen like that, and that's why Jan-Krzysztof decided to play queen e7, hoping to get d6 pawn. But you look at Prague, he didn't defend d6 pawn, he allowed white to take it.
Take my pawn.
And then he played this fantastic move g5. What a great idea, especially for blitz. Try to defend your king in such situation. So can you imagine, Cristian, here the only move which would have saved the position for white was rook h1, and still white supposedly keeps some advantage according to computer. But I mean, try to find this move during the game. Jan-Krzysztof played a logical move bishop h3, hoping to exchange the queen in case of bishop takes h3. But look, Prague took on h4, and now if queen d7, probably he missed here this fantastic knight g4 idea, which actually
maybe
bishop
g5.
g4, yes,
queen
to
g5,
yes,
here.
queen g5 first, yes, because then you could take on g4 still with the bishop, yes, queen to g5, and white king is in danger. Try to defend it very hard, especially with a few seconds on your clock. So what happened in the game? He tried to defend with queen e5, but it was too
It's
late,
lost at
and
this
it became
point.
lost. Yes.
Absolutely. We have a bunch of swings in all the games. Guys, back to you in the studio. Round 2 of the Blitz section is just about to begin.
Yes, thank you guys. What a day. What a start already. I mean, gosh, I got a bit above myself there. So there we can see the standings after the Blitz round 1, and it's now a tie between Magnus Carlsen and Wei Yi, both of these players on 13 points. But Praggnanandhaa, with his victory, creeps up the standings. He's in 3rd place, but this time with 11 points. Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, Kirill, Shevchenko on 9 points. It's a tale of resourcefulness, yeah.
Tell us about the pairings for the very next round that's coming up really, really fast.
Yes, and we see Gukesh will have the white pieces against his countrymate Arjun Erigaisi. Kirill Shevchenko plays Anish Giri. Praggnanandhaa, this time is our marquee matchup, is facing Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov will be playing Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Wei Yi plays Vincent Keymer.
That will be our backup game. By the way, keep in mind that in this tournament, there are a number of players who are wild cards.
Yes.
But we also have tour players.
Yes.
Let's just distinguish between them. Tour players are going to play in all of the classical chess
That's
events.
right. The 4 tour participants will be playing in both classical events and 2 out of the 3 rapid and blitz events. And here you can see our roster. And we also see that it's Anish, Giri, Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh, and also Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who are 4 tour participants in this particular lineup.
We have those world rankings as we get ready for this round 2, and the play is underway. Again, our marquee game will be between Prague and Magnus. And
already I'm jumping for joy because Praggnanandhaa has opened with e4 and Magnus Carlsen has played my beloved, or our beloved, Caro-Kann.
Yes,
So,
and Wei Yi versus Vincent will be our backup. So, captures on d5, a very sedate play by Prague. It kind of shows that he doesn't have any preparation for the Caro, because this is not a dangerous line. It's not.
Everyone plays it these days,
No,
yes,
it's not.
literally.
It's not. I mean, there's nothing.
It's literally the most popular response to the Caro-Kann over all levels.
It's terrible. No, easy.
Oh, but did you see Magnus played e6?
Yeah, I'm more of a fan of the move Queen c7 there, by the way. But this is also perfectly fine. Remember, in the opening, you need just 3 goals. Your fair share of the center, good development, safety for your king. And if you look at the position after, for example, bishop d7, I'm just put a move on the board, you'll see that black's king is safe.
Yeah.
He's safe. He's got pretty good control of the center. I mean, he's got an extra pawn in the center. There's a c3 versus e6. That's the imbalance, right?
Yeah.
And, well, I won't say he's got great development. It's okay, the knight on e7, bishop on d7. The move f7, f6, it's a prelude. He wants to play rook to e8 and e5.
Right.
So you're telling me that this is what white is aspiring for?
You know, believe it or not, Yasser, these days everyone is playing this. I get it all the time. And this is a really trendy idea that's kind of developed over the last few years. And basically white wants to just expand as much as possible on the queen side and say, I got extra space.
Been there, done that.
Yeah.
Trust me, I've played thousands of games with the Caro and French and Perks, and these variations never frightened me whatsoever. I really felt I was more than even Steven. A4, okay, kind of a prelude. What you're going to do? Play A5, B5. Magnus says, I don't know what you're driving at, young man, but you're leaving a backward pawn on c3.
So usually White's whole idea is actually to secure the c5 square for a piece. So usually they'll be going a5. This is with the pawn on b7 and then going knight to b3, then c5, and then they're saying, ha, come and get me now. I've got a nice clamp on the queen side. And we see Praggnanandhaa lift the rook up to e3.
Rook to e3. Okay, that for me is basically saying I kind of want to defend this pawn. At the same time, I mean,
it's very provocative because e5 is very tempting.
and more than tempting. That's what Magnus has been playing for. I think there's a trick in the position. E5 immediately, there is this nasty little trick. Check this one out.
Nice
Whoop.
c4, yeah.
What? I thought that, no, you can't take because that's a discovered check on your queen. So that is one thing that when you time the move e5, you don't want to see this type of a tactic. Bishop d7 to e8. I like this move.
Do you think the bishop is going to f7 or perhaps even going to g6?
It doesn't matter, actually, whether it be g6 or it be h5. They're more active squares than the bishop on d7. If you force me to, yes, I wanted to say, if you play queen e1 and you force me to put the bishop on f7, I think the bishop is actually more flexible on f7 than d7, as, again, at a certain moment, I will deal with the e6 pawn, and I'll have something going on the queen side. Like you said, a5, hoping that you please take the pawn so that you can get your knight, you'll go b5, of course, but then you can get your knight comfy to c5. Knight f5, and that's Magnus Carlsen at his provocative best. He said, excuse me, I would like to interrupt your grand designs on the queen side. I'm going to play knight f5 and tickle your rook. What do you say? Would you take it?
Well, the alternative is just stepping back with the rook to e2.
That is the alternative.
And that looks clunky as
Clunky.
anything. Right, put the rook on e2 and then what? Whereas the knight on f5 is suddenly a fantastic piece.
It is, and it's a really, really provocative challenge. You can capture it and double the pawns, but then at the end you go, okay, where's the dynamic play in the position thereafter?
Right.
Not really there. Rook came back to e2. I would expect something like rook to e8, defending the pawn on e6, because he would then play bishop g6 or bishop h5, as mentioned before. Are the clocks a factor yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Magnus Carlsen with 3 minutes and 11 seconds, but Praggnanandhaa, he is the one lagging a little bit in time, just under 2.5 minutes.
Love this move, knight e7, by the way.
Knight e7, beautiful move. Also, the knight is perhaps thinking about rerouting to g6 and provoking
Yes,
some
even
kind
more.
of light square weakness, but he simply steps back with the queen.
Queen c7, that indicates to me that
He wants the knight on d6.
Yes, he wants to try knight to d6, but I actually liked your idea of knight to g6 to f4 instead of the move queen d6. I thought the queen was fine on d6, but he has played that, and again, you were saying Prague is the one.
Prague now under
is
2 minutes.
on
It's
the
slipping
clock.
away from him. But also, I do like queen d7 because knight d6 is a terrifying move. It's
What?
terrifying in a positional level, knight d6.
Knight d6.
Because the knight is getting ready to jump into outposts, knight
Yes.
c4,
Yes.
maybe even knight to e4.
Well,
And how are you ever going to dislodge a knight like that? And suddenly, it looks like the exchange variation against the Caro-Kann is toothless.
toothless. In fact, probably your best move in this position, which is illegal according to the FIDE regulations, is to drop back with a pawn, b4, b2. And after all, it was Prague who created the backward pawn on c3, suffering a little. Rook a6. He's trying to say, this pawn is meaningful, let me attack it.
Maybe now it's time just to go all in on the A line. Double up
A2.
the rooks. Okay, so h4.
I don't see h5 as being a threat. That looks like an overly enthusiastic, I want to say. I'd bring the rook on f8 into play.
Maybe
Rook
he's
to
getting ready for
c8. He played rook to
E5.
e8. Okay, a clear indication that Magnus wants to play with his extra central pawn. He wants to play for e5. Knight f5. Also a little bit of a surprise move. I would have thought that if you want to play for e5, you'd probably want to play knight to c6 and e5. Magnus played knight to f5.
Yeah, but he's doing some beautiful things like knight. Okay, so we see the rook come to
Couple
a7,
trades.
and this is what I like about Magnus. He doesn't care about pawn structure. Instead, it's all about piece harmony, getting his pieces onto good squares.
He's certainly done that, and the move rook on a8, there's a pin. And Magnus, after this move rook a8, is really being invited to play knight to e4, locking things up. Blessings, good call. Nothing like a good call. Rook to b8.
Every commentator's worst nightmare.
Exactly, exactly. Well, that move, by the way, does come with a threat. It unpins the rook on e8, so it does attack the queen. Queen to a1. Well, Pragg got what he wanted, if I can put it like that. He got control of the a file. Not that I think the a file is that meaningful. I've got moves like f4, followed by bishop to g6. I've also got bishop h5. And who's enjoying the proceeds? We are about to find out. Again, times look...
Okay, well, Praggnanandhaa now under the minute mark.
That's what I was
And that's
asking.
when it gets critical.
Yeah, that's when it's squeaky bottom time.
Exactly. Well, one of the things I have noticed, I saw it written in a book, that one is in time trouble. You tend to make two types of mistakes. One of them is just simply to recklessly push pawns, which is exactly how we saw Wei Yi lose.
Yep.
Another one is just simply to make simplifications because you can't handle the tension in the position, so you look for clarifications.
And each trade slips a little bit your position.
And
Okay, but Magnus spent he spent an incredibly long time to play the move rook takes a8. It was like he was unsure of how to continue. I really don't like the trade. I think that he very much let a lot of his advantage slip away. Funnily enough, you were just about to explain about simplifications, and there we go. I really like the move f4 instead. And now Magnus' advantage is gone. It's just gone. The queen on a7 is simply too good.
It's very active, but on the other hand, White's king is a little bit shaky, and we do see the knight come to d2. And now this is the move I've been wanting for a long time. The knight jumps into e4. It promptly gets traded off. And just to update you on a result, Arjun Erigaisi has defeated Gukesh.
Big result there. Captures on e4 now. I'm expecting this knight to come back to f1, knight to f1, g3, and knight to e3. And by the way, 16 seconds, a lot of...
15 seconds?
Yeah, a lot of time being spent.
Is it now time to... And in other news, Wei Yi has beaten Vincent Keymer.
Wow, big result. Our tournament leader coming into today bounces back.
Bounces back. And now the big question is, how can Magnus destabilize the white king? Is he going to simply improve his light square bishop, maybe go bishop e8, bishop b5, or is he going to go for broke immediately, initiate chaos with moves like f4?
I'm going to take
20 seconds. h6.
Okay, knight to e3.
Securing the king.
Queen to b7, surprise move. I would be so happy to play knight takes e5. Knight to e3 would have 19
and 10 seconds. It's
Magnus
15 seconds and ticking down. And
Magnus is
10 seconds. Okay, now he goes for g5.
Wow.
Ooh.
Okay, that is...
He's rolling the dice.
Yes.
And now the knight comes into
gambling.
e3, targeting f5, bishop to e6, queen c6, attacking the bishop. Now the king comes in, protecting everything.
He's
8
gambling.
seconds for Praggnanandhaa, and now
Well timed, c4. Now you get to play d5. That's a tempo against the bishop. Drive it back, and we have queen h6. Pursuing an attack. He's done it.
He's gone for it. The queen will come out to f6. This is a very risky move. Right?
Yeah, he has the attacker's instincts, let's say. Check.
Right, but if the
King
queens
A8.
get traded off, the position will favor
Check.
Magnus. And now
They're
5
playing the
seconds for Magnus.
Knight takes c4, threatens d6 mate. No,
Yes.
it's not mate, but it threatens d6.
d6. King
Knight
runs to
takes
d7.
d6.
And another one surprise. And
Queen.
the queen comes in, and the bishop is going to fall off.
But
the knight on b6
take the bishop, take on f5.
is on freeze, and now he takes.
Take on g5, and after all of the fireworks, Magnus is a pawn down in a queen ending.
And Praggnanandhaa, 5 seconds left, but he can play many, many moves in order to build up the time on the clock.
Should
3
be
seconds.
Winning g4. Let's go.
As long as he finds a nice hiding place for the king.
King g3. Just step up the board.
King h4.
Okay, now we've got queen f5 just to drive the black king a little bit further away.
King is going to come in.
Yep.
He's going to hide on g6.
A good hiding place. Got to find a good hiding place.
Yeah, g5.
That stops queen h3 ideas.
Queen is safe.
And we're
beautifully, because you can't check on the 6th rank because of white blocking
Prague
the
is
queen.
winning this game. Queen e5, g6.
Oh, the pawn is emerging.
Good technique so far. Queen f6, king g8.
Yeah, that looks natural. King
King
g8.
And queen f7 check.
And actually, this will be Magnus's first loss in the event. He went through the rapid undefeated, and now g7 on the board.
Uh-oh. This is actually
How do you stop
very,
the
very,
queen from
very
promoting?
tricky. The
2
king
seconds,
f8,
1 second
and there
handshake.
He goes.
And Magnus
Magnus's first
Carlsen
loss.
loses to Praggnanandhaa.
Wow. Wow. And Magnus looks very, very disappointed. I must say, the g5 move was a big, big, big side. Big surprise. And in this game, Kirill has won against Anish Giri. I see a white king. Nasi, turning it over to you. There was so much action that we just saw. What did we miss?
I think we had all decisive games this round.
It felt like it.
Yes, so now that Magnus has lost, I think Wei Yi has a chance to catch up with him again.
Or he's
Or even
surpassed.
right.
Yes.
So I'll show you some highlights and key moments from this game. Wei Yi defeated Vincent Keymer. The first mistake that Vincent made was in this position. When his bishop was under attack, he should have just traded here just to relieve some pressure from the e5 pawn. And then maybe play g5, even though white's bishop is not actually trapped. You can play knight f5, bishop f8, bishop g3. Black is slightly worse, but position is still playable. Instead, he played this move bishop g6, after which a lot of forcing moves followed. Knight takes e5. Bishop takes, knight g4. As you can see, there is double attack on the queen and the rook. We ended up in this position with 2 rooks for the queen, which is usually preferable for white. And Vincent should have just played more solid chess here, queen c7. But after knight e5, it's like too many cooks in the kitchen. Because after knight e2, everything came with forcing moves, g4, f5, and the bishop got trapped, and Wei Yi won this game easily after that. And then there was another very exciting game between Gukesh and Arjun. Unfortunately for Gukesh, didn't go so well for him, but it was another interesting endgame. They started as semi-Slav. You can notice that by this pawn structure. I want to show you this beautiful maneuver that Arjun had here, knight h6, attacking the pawn on g2. And if you play g3, knight f5, comes into the center, winning the central pawn. He didn't find this, of course, in time trouble. So position was quite equal up until this moment. This is where Gukesh made a huge blunder. Instead of just playing rook d2, where position is still slightly preferable for white, most likely will end in a draw, he made this terrible move. Rook e1, walked right into rook e4, and after this game is already pretty much over. King d2, b4 threatening c3. And here his last chance was to play knight g1 and go into this endgame down an exchange with maybe some hopes that he'll survive. But instead he played a3 and he had a very beautiful finish. Arjun goes c3 check, takes, and b3. So now you have a pin and unstoppable pass pawn. So game ended very shortly after this. Gukesh resigned.
Nice.
Yes, and now let's go to Poland to hear about the other 2 games.
Thank you.
It's a hot potato with the leadership position nowadays is Wei Yi after this very intriguing round. Anastasia, what game were you looking at?
I was checking the game between Kirill, Shevchenko and Anish Giri. Actually, Anish played yesterday 13 rapid games, trying to beat the world record, as he put it in Twitter account. So I think he might be a little bit tired today. But look at this game. I want to show a couple of critical moments. For example, here position looks like pretty equal, same material. And here Kirill had this interesting moment. He could try to play this move f5,
That's a nice one.
And if you take with this pawn, it's rook d8, as you can see, and it's checkmate. Or you lose your queen if rook d8, so you cannot really touch it. And if you take with the other pawn, you can see the pawn structure on the king side. Definitely white is doing really great. We know in this type of endings, open king, it's a big problem. And so they didn't see this. He didn't see this opportunity, and the game was. Continued, and then what happened is that Anish decided to exchange the queen in the very wrong moment. Probably he was just calculating move rook takes a5 here, hoping to play maybe something like rook d8 and then try to use the d pawn. But Kirill came with a very nice idea. He played rook d7, he took another pawn and then came with his king to the queen side and just took the a pawn. Just look at this. He showed really great technique in this rook ending, simply making sure that he has a pawn in his hands. I must also admit that Kirill always had a little bit more time than Anish in this game. He always kept control on his time, and I think it also played an important role in this one. What did you check?
And this is absolutely crucial, You have to stay up on
all
the clock.
time.
Yes, I was looking at this other game that we haven't covered and we haven't looked at much. Nodirbek Abdusattorov versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Okay.
And Duda had to come back after last round's disappointment. He was winning and then he lost. Now he was lost. And he finally won. Take a look at this. Bishop takes e4. G5, Nodirbek was playing an amazing game. He was really attacking the black king in a typical fashion. I have the space advantage on the king side, so I might as well open things up. I have the nice rook on e3 ready to swing to h3 and deliver the checkmate or g3. It's very dangerous for the black king. Take a look at this, how this game developed. Rook to g3. I'm sacrificing a pawn, but that allows white to open up the files towards the king. Now I'm going to go king to g2 followed by rook to h1. It looks dangerous, right?
Looked very similar to the game with Praggnanandhaa. He tried to defend it with black.
Yes, and this is exactly what black was trying to do. He was trying to find counterplay. Duda was trying to find counterplay. That's why he played this move b5. f6, you have to defend on the king side first. Knight to h4. And this was a very critical position because white did have an amazing move. Take a look at this. c4. I'm going to kill your counterplay. And I'm also going to open up a new avenue in the center. If you take on c4 with the pawn, then I can take on g6. And this is a double attack with the queen on e4. Yes. Black did have a defense in this position, but it's absolutely crazy. And I don't think Duda would have seen this. Rook to c7. I'm giving you my queen. But then I can take it back with rook to g7.
It's almost impossible to
He will not see this, for sure.
But it's beautiful.
Beautiful. And of course, if you take with the rook...
Never seen in my life such a defense.
Now you don't defend the pawn on e6. So I can take on g6, take on e6, and unfortunately for the black king, it's pretty much over. So he didn't play that. He allowed the opening of the queen side, and that led to black having a better position. Now, look at your attack on the king side as white. It's blocked. My pawns on f6 and g5 block everything. And after this, your king is in danger. The knight is coming to f4. And this is exactly how the game finished. He tried, but unfortunately, he did not succeed because after king to f2, knight to h3.
Knight h3, yes.
He resigned. Nodirbek loses this one. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the local hero, comes back in the tournament. Exciting stuff from Poland. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much.
Lots of decisive games.
Let's take
a look at the standings after two very, very decisive rounds.
Yes, and we have a new leader, Wei Yi, there with 14 points. Magnus Carlsen, after his loss, he's on 13 points, and Praggnanandhaa is creeping up the points with 12, but he's still in third place. Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Kirill Shevchenko both on 10 points.
Pairings for round three. Tell us what we can expect.
And Vincent Keymer has the white pieces against Gukesh, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda will play Wei Yi.
That's a huge game.
Absolutely. We will keep our eyes on that one. Magnus Carlsen, just lost against Praggnanandhaa, plays Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who also lost, and Anish, Giri, Praggnanandhaa, Arjun Erigaisi plays Kirill, Shevchenko.
Wonderful. Nasi, didn't you feel that maybe Magnus was pushing the envelope a little bit too much there at the end? And, well, he looked forlorn at the end, too.
Yeah, I mean, Blitz is so random. You try to win, you push too hard, and you don't even have time to think that you are risking too much.
Right.
Yeah, it's just you're making moves with your hand. He plays intuitively, and we know Magnus is an aggressive player. He's always playing for a win.
Sure.
And that worked out in Prague's favor this time.
Yeah, Prague found that remarkable move, Queen H6. I think a lot of us would just be trying to collect that pass.
C4 as well, pushing
C4 and
forward
D5.
with the D-pawn.
Yeah, and these junior players aren't backing off. I mean, Magnus, 33 years old, the senior, he's supposed to be giving lessons.
Well, the thing is, when it comes to Blitz,
Yes.
it's often very easy once you lose a game to go on tilt.
Right.
To kind of continue with that losing streak.
I think that's the hardest part about Blitz is that it can, your confidence can get rocked very, very badly by a single loss. We're going to keep Magnus Carlsen as our marquee matchup for this third round. Both players have lost in round two, but Wei Yi impressed by bouncing back.
Yeah, absolutely.
What did you think about Wei Yi's performance after a loss? Not so easy.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. In the Blitz, you don't feel lost so much because you have to play next game in 5 minutes.
Next game is right.
So you don't have time to be sad about it. You move
Right.
on very quickly. You can bounce back very quickly.
He did.
Because I kind of feel it's the other way around. You don't have that time to put your music on and talk to yourself.
No.
You kind of carry the emotions onto your next game.
Wow.
What do you think, Yasser? Tiebreaker.
Tiebreak.
I think chess is really, it's a battle of confidence. And you're constantly having that conversation with yourself, like, am I in bad form? Because we're so self-critical. Like, I could have won that game easier if I had only played. Why did I play that and make my task so hard? Magnus Carlsen, I mean, he's been here before, 7-time world champion in Blitz. Give me a break. I mean, what can I say? I'm very, very curious what his approach will be. Will it be a risk-free, risk-off approach, or will he go once
Magnus
again?
risk-free? I can't imagine that.
Right. And let's just, through the magic of television, review the previous round. This is Nodirbek versus, is it Vincent? No, who was he playing? Sorry.
He was playing Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
I apologize, yes.
Yeah, but you can look at the panic.
Knight takes g5.
Knight takes g5, rook
And
takes
this is the
g5,
beautiful
and
rook.
this is-
He saw that knight fork from a long distance, and looking away from the board, looking away from his opponent. Looking at your board, I see 5 decisive games, 5 out of 5. Why is Blitz chess so much more decisive than rapid chess? Is it just
Time
the clock?
travel.
It's
Just
all the
because
clock.
of blunders. A lot
Yeah.
more blunders happen during Blitz, which is fun for the players, fun for the audience, and also fun for us.
Yeah. Lots and lots of mistakes. As we get ready for round 3 coming up.
And just to tease you all, we do have a very special guest joining us.
okay.
And former world champion, name is Gary Kasparov, will be joining us to do some commentary.
Oh, really? Will he be in Poland? Will he be online? Will he be on the phone?
Will he be on the phone? Well,
Maybe.
you'll have to tune in
To find
and find out.
Watch our broadcast. As we get ready for this third round, just to remind Magnus Carlsen, his first loss of the tournament, very different from a year ago where he started 9-0 in the Blitz. He won his first 9 games. It was just absolutely extraordinary moment to watch him go literally through the best players in the world.
And let's remind ourselves of the pairings. Vincent Keymer has the white pieces against Gukesh. Jan-Krzysztof Duda will play Wei Yi. Magnus Carlsen, will he bounce back as he plays Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, Anish, Giri, Praggnanandhaa, Arjun Erigaisi, Kirill, Shevchenko.
When I look at that pairing between Anish and Prague, I now realize what a huge victory that was for Prague over Magnus. He gained a point on him, essentially, with that huge win. So our congratulations. It's always nice when you beat, the world's number one.
Right, and just a point between Praggnanandhaa and Magnus Carlsen, and there we see the players seated at the board, and we see Vincent Keymer arriving. He plays Gukesh. Tournament leader Wei Yi there to play against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Are you one of these players who like to arrive early?
Oh, absolutely.
Get seated?
Oh, I really did. And I really liked it when my opponents arrived late. I was already in the zone. I was familiar with the noises, the tapping, air conditioner. So my opponent would arrive late, very irritably. He'd be writing down the moves, and then he'd look around and say, "What's up with the noise from the air conditioner?" It's sort of like I kind of smiled internally, thinking, "Yeah, idiot. I already dealt with that. They're going to be turning it off."
Yep.
As we are looking at our marquee players right here, and for Nodirbek, I wanted to say his loss in the Blitz, I think for him especially, he prides himself on being a great blitzer.
Yep.
Oh my goodness,
and
a Scandinavian.
We have a Scandinavian. It's not
A
often
rare
we
bird.
see this one. And it's the Queen D6 variation. After D4, is it Knight F6? And this is the big question. After Knight F3, is he going to go for
No.
A6 or C6? But instead, Knight comes out to C6.
Now this is a very, very, very rare continuation. Knight to C6.
Okay, but then you just drop your Queen back to D8 and you breathe a sigh of relief.
Well, let's say I can go Bishop F4.
And that's going to be met by the Knight coming to
E5.
D5.
Exactly. And it's sort of like after all of that toing and froing, what have you accomplished as Black? So Bishop F4, Knight D5, Queen to D2. I presume you want to play A6? Nope, he didn't do it. Bishop E2.
E2. Well, you've accomplished one thing. The whole goal of the Scandinavian is that you want White to put the Knight on C3.
Okay.
Just so that you're not able to go C3. And ultimately, you want to make this dark squared bishop on C1 bad. So in an ideal world, you'll take away the G5 square, the F4 square as well. And this is also a very key point, which I've forgotten about. You want your light squared bishop out. Bishop out to G4.
Bishop to G4. Magnus is taking a very wait-and-see approach. His idea is that his knight on C3 has now maneuvered itself towards the E5 square. So he's going to play C2, C3. You mentioned that the knight on C3 may be in the way of the C-pawn, or simply to play knight E5. I personally find these positions attractive for White. I don't like them because I think this pawn on D4 versus the pawn on E6 with the knight sitting on C6 is not nice. So I like White. I like to play H3, and I like to play bishop to F4 and just to eyeball this pawn.
That's true. But once the bishop gets to F4, you often go knight to D5, and you say, where are you going to go?
H2.
H2.
Bishop back to H2. I like the London system, where you eyeball the pawn on C7, and your bishop is a trusted guard to your king's palace. Bishop F4 on the board. I think that Magnus will be pleased with the outcome of the opening. I think he's got a little bit of a nibble here. Clock times?
Well, both players, they're around the 4-minute mark. We see Abdusattorov there with the black pieces, 4 minutes and 15 seconds, and Magnus Carlsen just over 4 minutes.
G3.
Bishop G3.
Okay. I'm more Karpovian, I would say. In this case, I would have played bishop H2, I'm sure this is just a simple matter of taste at the moment. How does white improve his play? Well, first of all, you connect the rooks. Something like queen d2. It's always nice to have the rooks connected, and then you bring them into the center. Rook to e1, rook to d1, and then you look for it.
Yeah.
Am I going to play knight e5? Am I going to play for c4? Well, that helps answer the question.
Yeah, that certainly does answer your questions, because I thought black was simply going to go bishop f6, do exactly the same, queen d7, and just be very
Kind of wait
comfortable
around.
playing with less space, waiting for white to react. But b5...
For me, that was a very, very big consequential move, because
Right.
first of all, you create a target. You're asking white, please come and attack me with a4. Secondly, you're weakening, very, very much so, the c5 square. So bishop d6, I think it's natural for white to now play knight e4, target the c5 square.
Yeah. And one thing I would absolutely not advocate is bishop takes bishop, because then white will simply capture with the pawn. And the pawn structure is now suddenly very beautiful. But knight e4, as you predicted, on the board, Yasser, and both players around the 3.5-minute mark.
I truly would like to emphasize for the audience what you just said. Do not take the bishop on d6. You help black straighten out the pawn structure, and you help black tremendously covering the c5 square. So that was why Magnus played knight e4, bishop takes g3, knight takes g3, bishop g6 on the board. And I suspect there's going to be an a2, a4 in the very, very near future.
It's happening now, because maybe black was intending knight b6, and big decision, how are you going to respond to that? Rook b8, knight a4, going on the counterattack. Knight b3 now a big threat.
Exactly, knight to b3. Don't want to walk into a fork there. That move is kind of
annoying, isn't
disconcerting for sure. I'm thinking rook a3, that would defend the square c4. It kind of invites knight c4, I want to say.
Yeah, but that's the thing, you know, the other rook will come to b8, and then knight c4 is in the air.
Well,
Okay,
queen to
d1, and now b4 played.
I'm not 100% convinced yet, unless there's knight e5. Knight e5 might be the way to kind of get the initiative back a little bit. The last few moves, black, although I must say this knight on a5,
It's not making a great impression.
No, it
and we
isn't.
do see c5 played, and also on my board given an exclamation
Really?
point. Yes.
Your board loves it.
My
huh?
board absolutely adores it, and now the bishop drops back to c. No, I
F1.
mean queen d1 really didn't make a good impression, because now black has taken over the initiative in the center.
Yeah, and most especially what white had hoped to achieve with his queenside majority is passed. He doesn't have, okay, but here there's a very clever move, I think, on tap for Magnus. Knight to e4. Knight to e4 forks the queen, and it also threatens to play knight takes c5. If it provokes bishop takes e4, he gets to play rook takes e4, and tactically he defends the pawn on d4 very, very nicely. I think knight e4 was necessary and a very good move, in fact.
And now, because of your idea of knight takes c4, you've got to take the
I
knight.
think, yeah, and that bishop on g6 was actually really good. It was eyeballing d3 and making it. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Well, okay.
No.
C takes d4.
Rook takes d4.
Rook takes d4.
The queen has to move. I guess it's comfortable on c7 as well as e7. For some reason, that move, I was repelled by it.
Somehow I didn't.
Was it
didn't
even
enter
legal?
my radar as well.
Exactly.
But rook takes d4,
Rook takes d4.
the most natural move.
Absolutely. No, I don't think you want to play queen d2, knight b3, and go down that rabbit hole. Rook takes c4, queen e7 or c7. I haven't made up my mind.
Let's put the queen on c7 just to cover f4.
f4. Queen back to c7, protecting the knight on f4. Looks like the right right way to
Okay,
go.
well, Magnus going G3.
No, Magnus wants to get rid of this knight first. He's definitely going to recapture the pawn, but his idea is that after a trade on D8, that his bishop will actually be very, very useful on the slung diagonal. I can't fault him for that one. Queen to C7. I hadn't made up my mind myself. Whoa, C4.
Okay, but this is really strange.
Whoa,
Rook takes rook.
Rook takes.
And now
queen takes.
you also have knight to B3, but he's banking on queen E4.
Yes.
Targeting the rook on A8. Knight B3 played.
Queen E4. Well, we move our rook. Let's say, I don't know, let's say rook to B8. Yes, just he wants to play knight takes C5, and he's won a pawn. Has Nodirbek. Queen C4. White has compensation, but this should be advantage black.
Yeah, so White's planning rook C1 on the next turn, and then just picking up the A6 pawn.
Right. I'm thinking A5. Well, okay. He wanted to get out of the pin immediately. Queen to B6 is a very good move. Eyeballing knight takes A4. And avoiding, sidestepping your rook C1 idea.
And I see some cool moves, but it doesn't
Cool moves?
Cool moves, yeah.
Share. You share.
No, I was thinking rook C1, knight takes A4, and then perhaps some issues on the bank rank, but there's nothing there. And now we see rook C1, destabilizing the knight.
I think that was extremely well timed and a very important move. Because what Magnus really wanted to do was play queen takes A6 and drive the knight away. And so rook C8, accepting a pin.
Right?
I hate being pinned.
I also dislike being pinned, and also you have bishop takes A6
In the air.
just as a kind of backup.
Right, I'm thinking you might want to play A5 or clock times a factor.
Well, Magnus under the minute and A5.
I really feels
Nodirbek
like
is holding on to his extra material, and Magnus.
Gotta bless him.
Magnus 50 seconds ticking down, but I don't like the pin that black is facing.
On the other hand, a dream scenario for black is to bring this knight on G6
H4
to E7 to D5 to C3. If you can block the rook, then you're going to be very happy. I don't like H4 because the knight was not good on G6.
Oh, knight's coming into E5.
Here we go. Oh, he didn't go for the knight D5. He went knight F5.
Well,
a bit of a surprise.
That's a lovely move, actually, because it forces the white queen to move away, and there's no longer any pin against the queen. So queen C4.
Queen C4, there's a pin against the rook, and I'm threatening knight D7 wins.
Right, but you've got moves like knight D6, rook C7.
Rook C7, queen B5. Not a fan of knight F5. We'll see if it hurts. Queen D6, queen E8 check. He's overlooked something.
Oh no!
He's overlooked queen F8.
And now
trade queens and rook C5.
You can take on F7.
He's blundered. He's blundered it.
And
Magnus is winning.
Just like that, he is winning. The queen H8 is in the air. The black king is in serious trouble, and Nodirbek 42 seconds on the clock. Queen steps up to D4.
Is H5?
H5 looks absolutely just caging in the black king. 40 seconds for Abdusattorov.
The threat is the obvious checkmate.
There's no way out.
You've got to play G5. You don't like it, but you've got to stop queen H8 mate. You've got to do it.
And just to update you on some of the results, Arjun Erigaisi has defeated Kirill Shevchenko. So that's 2 in a row for Arjun Erigaisi.
Congratulations.
And he's reaching for the G pawn, G6. Yeah.
He did it with 10 seconds.
Yes.
Very, very, very nervous.
18 seconds.
Knight
and
E5
the black king
check.
is in the firing line. Knight E5 check.
Where are you going with the king?
King
Got it.
F6.
Go to F6 because King G7 invites Queen G6 check. It's the simple and very powerful move, Rook E1. I love this move.
Threatening Queen G6.
Queen G6, Queen H8. Ooh, he did it with not so much time on his clock.
3 seconds on the clock and there you see the players just blitzing out the moves.
Absolutely.
Knight takes G3, but the black king cannot survive when the queen and knight are sniffing around.
Queen G6 check. He's missed it.
He's missed it.
Queen takes F5 check.
And there was also...
He blundered his... Oh, Magnus blundered his...
God!
What the heck did Magnus just do? He blundered his queen. Oh, what a shock. Hold on, just look, check this out. Both players have, knight takes F1 was a terrible move. Queen G6 check, as played by Magnus, was winning. And after King F8, you just take the knight with check, and then you take the knight and you're completely winning. Instead he went check,
Rook
thinking
G7.
he was repeating the position, and Rook G7 pins his own queen to his king. Magnus lost. What a catastrophe for Magnus.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
We've got
goodness me.
other games still ongoing because we can move to them if they are.
All games are finished. Ooh.
Well, we need to catch our breath. Where else was there action?
I'm in shock of what just happened.
Right? What?
Let's take a look. Wei Yi won again.
Congratulations.
That's 2 in a row, right?
Yes, after starting with a loss.
Yes, everything looked fine for Duda, but he had time disadvantage on the clock. He had 5 seconds against almost 2 minutes, and that's when he started to make mistakes. Here, knight d3, a really bad move, allowing queen d5, not only pinning our knight, but also bishop c6 is coming with checkmate threats. So after this, his position was pretty much over. He managed to trade queens, but ended up in this terrible endgame. After rook d2, black just picked everything up and game was over. So it was really just one mistake in this game, Duda playing knight d3, and after that, Wei Yi just crushed him. And I have another game for you. It was between Giri and Pragg. I believe Pragg was also doing really well up until this round. He just lost this game. Very intense game. A lot of sacrifices happened, but I'll show you the key moment in the end, where if he just played king g7 here, position is about equal. Of course, a very messy position, but instead he just captured on h4 and it's lost by force. Check, another check, take on c7, and my bishop and all these pawns are much stronger than both rooks for black, so Pragg just had to resign. So I don't know what happened here, what he missed. Maybe he thought king g7 was also lost, but it's not, because after king f8, if you give me another check, I can just run to e7 and he would have been completely fine. So let's go to Poland to hear more from Cristian and Anastasiya.
Absolutely crazy round. This one was, Anastasiya, which game were you watching?
I was checking the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Kirill Shevchenko. What a crazy game, you cannot believe it. I mean, it's so many mutual blunders. But it all started with King's Indian, and you can see that normally it's black who is attacking on the king's side. But somehow Arjun decided to go first. He played g4, h5, and here was one of the critical moments. Black had really interesting opportunity, actually, just to take on h5. And if crazy, yes, so bishop takes, some ideas with knight d3, and if king e2, it's knight f4. Yeah. So if king f1, something like queen b6. I think really beautiful idea was, and then you just don't take this bishop, you take on b2 and try also to organize your attack on the queen side. I think it's really great idea.
This looks so scary, right?
Yeah, it looks scary for both actually. But so he decided just to play like knight e8, and then it all started. Both of them had many different opportunities. It's clear that white is attacking, but still the king is in the center. So both of them played this position maybe not really great, but still what I like about Arjun, he played first on the king side, then he switched to the queen side, and then actually he got absolutely winning position until this interesting moment when Rook decided to go all the way to b3. Just look at this, from b4 to b3.
I like what black is doing in this position.
And then look at this move, rook takes e3, king is in the center, knight takes d5, and he missed this idea with queen g5. And now Kirill just could take this bishop on f5, and I really don't know what happened. He decided to go e4 here, missing probably the idea of rook h7 and rook g7.
Ooh,
and after that, he was lost
greedy.
after that. Yes, he got probably a little bit greedy, and then he paid for it. Arjun managed to win this game. What happened happened to you,
So
Cristian?
many
What did you check?
turnarounds in this one. I have a much more straightforward game, and that is the one between Vincent, Keymer, and Gukesh. Vincent pretty much had the advantage all throughout the game. He really played an exemplary game. Take a look at this. E5, queen to f4, and I just want to show you at this point, rook to c1, bishop to b3. It reminds me, in fact, of his game against Anish. Still, this type of domination of the pieces. You just simply have the better quality pieces in the position.
Knight on
Materialistic,
d6. I
equal.
mean, rook on c6. Yes.
You have the double pawns, the structure is all mine as white, and he delivered the transition perfectly after this one. Rook to e2, he had a very nice move here, knight to f5, and if you take on h6, and this would have delivered almost a checkmate, but rook to e2 is good enough, and in fact, he never let go of the advantage and finished in style. Take a look at this. Bishop to e3, rook takes g5,
and
you cannot go to h8
because
ever,
of knight f7.
because of knight to f7,
yes.
so all I have to do is just get closer to your king right now. Take a look at this, queen to c8, queen d7, I take the pawn, I go to e8, I go to f7, and then this move, knight to e4, defending against queen to d2, also getting ready to jump with the knight to f6.
This famous queen and knight next to the king, yes? You
Absolutely
could see it.
beautiful.
Yes.
Vincent, great game by Vincent. Guys, we have some exciting chess. We're going to take a short commercial break, and we ask the players, what were your biggest challenges?
I've faced a lot of challenges, of course. I really don't want to talk about the challenges because I feel like I've been so fortunate in what I've been able to experience and what I've been able to achieve. So I'd rather just say that I'm very, very happy to have done everything that I have in my chess life and that I can continue to be here and still enjoy it.
I think there have been a lot of challenges, but the one that really broke me was the candidates qualification. I went through a very tough phase back then, but luckily till now I have been always able to come back stronger from the challenges, and I hope it will be the same.
I think to get my breakthrough and to start getting the invitations, that was very challenging. In 2021 or 2020, I knew I was about 2600 level, and people close to me, everyone was telling me that, but I just couldn't get any strong tournament invites to prove myself. And yeah, I think getting that breakthrough was a big thing, but it finally happened in Kolkata one day.
Yeah, there have been moments where I was working hard, but still my rating was not improving. I would say those were the very challenging moments, because you can easily lose confidence and can be really down, but I kept on working and I managed to break through at some point. So I'd say those were the really challenging moments.
Well, strictly related to chess, I think the candidates tournament back in Madrid 2022. I have put a lot of effort into this tournament and it didn't go well. That was pretty bad experience, I think. I mean, mostly afterwards. So but that was also maybe the most fruitful in a sense, because now if I qualify again, I have some know-how.
I think maybe it was the World Junior in 2014. That was an important memory for me, because I did the match tournament after 12 rounds. But then in round 12, I played very bad and lost that game. And finally, I got a second place, and I feel very, very sad. Yeah.
I think there have been quite many. First of all, it was always tough for me to balance school and professional chess. And then also I was getting kind of unlucky with the third GM, which took really quite a long time, which is why I became Grandmaster only close to 15, which compared to the other youngsters is already quite late. So I think that was quite tough, and yeah, all the rest, of course, there was always a lot of work involved, but it worked out pretty nicely.
Good question. Well, I think my biggest challenge was to overcome hardships what are not related to exactly chess. You know, Ukraine has been passed through 2 wars, and then the last one is still the biggest challenge for the whole world. And yeah, that was my biggest challenge. I was never afraid to play against super strong players, top grandmasters, but I was always a bit concerned and a bit afraid that my chess career would end by some non-chess reasons, yeah. So it's until some moment, until 15, 16, I still couldn't travel much to chess tournaments, and I was thinking with my parents to decide whether I should continue my chess career or should I leave to go to university to USA. Well, I don't want to say anything bad. I think that I made good choice to stay as a chess player.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only 1 can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
Welcome back, and we've had 3 rounds of Blitz chess. We've had drama, entertainment, time scramble galore. What a start it's been to Blitz Day 1.
Thrills and spills. Tell us about the standings after 3 rounds of Blitz.
After 3 very dramatic rounds, Wei Yi is at the top with 15 points, nursing a 2-point advantage over Magnus Carlsen. And in 3rd place, it is still Praggnanandhaa there on 12 points. But everyone is climbing up the standings. So this is going to be very, very entertaining so far.
Pairings for round 4.
Let's have a look. And there we see Gukesh will play Kirill Shevchenko. Praggnanandhaa will face off against his countrymate Arjun Erigaisi. Nodirbek Abdusattorov plays Anish Giri, and this is our marquee matchup for sure.
It is.
Tournament leader Wei Yi plays against Magnus Carlsen. Vincent Keymer plays Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
And for me personally, we have to revisit what has been a historical blunder by Magnus Carlsen. For those of you who are just joining us, Magnus has gone down to defeat 2 games in a row. As white, he's completely winning, and he played this beautiful move, a crushing move in fact, queen check, king moves. You take the knight on f5. Queen, and in this case, after king f8, queen takes f5 would have come with check. Magnus hesitated, saw something, went queen f6. What? Why didn't you take the knight with check? King g8, take the knight on f5. No! Now comes rook g6, and the reaction is immediate. Oh my goodness.
And he had 10 seconds left on the clock to Nodirbek's 4 seconds. That's it.
Wow.
Magnus.
And Magnus was just absolutely disconsolate.
His head in disbelief.
What a difference a year makes. A year ago, in this very tournament, Magnus went on a 9-0 streak for day 1 of the Blitz, and we just were amazed. Here he is, suffering, having a winning position and losing back-to-back games. He could have played queen takes f5, an easy win. Now he's playing against Wei Yi. Predictions.
Magnus, he bounces back. But I think it's going to be a draw. What do you think?
There's been no draws. The last round was totally decisive. I know everything, but I'm going to let Nasi tell us what she thinks of Wei Yi versus Magnus coming up.
Did Magnus just lose 2 in a row?
Yes, he did. Wei Yi lost the first game, bounced back in the second, and won the
2 in a
third.
row.
So he's on a win streak of 2.
And is Wei Yi playing with white this round?
Yes.
Yes, I believe
Yeah,
he
then
is.
I would say either Wei wins or a draw. Have we ever seen Magnus lose 3 in a row?
No, that's why I was going to pick Magnus.
Well,
Because I've never seen him lose 3 in a row.
he might push too hard because after 2 losses, he wants to win so bad.
Yeah,
And
that's
Wei
the
might-
tilt factor.
Exactly. Where you might just sit back and let him push too hard and then find his chance to punish him for
To
it.
take advantage of an overshoot. My goodness, for us, when Magnus Carlsen loses a game of chess, the rarity is such that you need the fingers of one hand to count over the year. To lose 2 in a row, shocking. And there
And in
by the way, he's at the
dramatic
board
He is at the board
early.
this time. Yeah, he's a big believer in shaking things up, changing the routine, just making the necessary changes. But I was going to say, against Praggnanandhaa, he was playing superb chess, really outplaying the Indian youngster. And then when the clock ticked down, he lost his mind. And here you can see some of Magnus's stats. 33 years old, a massive universal rating of 28.47, and he is the reigning 7-time World of Blitz champion.
As incredible as that is, the accolades keep going on because he's also #1 in rapid. He's #1 in classical ratings, and it's been the case more or less, I want to say, for the last 13 years. He's really had an extraordinary grip on the world of chess. And like I said, to see him lose back-to-back games, wow, hat trick, a negative hat trick, that would be extraordinary.
I mean, the thing is, I think he just has to, for this game, not get below 30 seconds.
Yeah, the use the clock times, staying ahead of the opponent, that's a skill that the top players really develop.
That was the unusual thing. Magnus Carlsen was ahead of both Praggnanandhaa and Nodirbek. But
And here we go.
Here we go,
The
and we
round
see
is
E4
underway.
being played. What
By
are we
the
going
way,
to see
I
from Magnus?
like
E5,
what
C5.
what Wei Yi just did. When you adjust your pieces, be sure to do it on your clock time. So he made his move, adjusted all of his pieces, and only after he had completed his adjustment did he press the clock. I think that's really, really good sportsmanship. We have an open Sicilian.
We do. And what is he going to go for? Knight C6.
Taimanov with Queen C7.
Yep, Taimanov, yep. Queen C7.
I was very critical of Judith Polgar. I said, Judith, you are the commentator for the candidates. During the tournament, you can't beat the world champion, a day in the park. You can't just win, because then everybody says, well, why are you a commentator, not a player? She famously crushed Magnus in a Taimanov Sicilian where Magnus made an oversight with his queen. Castles is on White's agenda as he looks to try to complete his development with harmony. One of the nice ideas of the Taimanov is you've left your bishop on f8, the square b4. You haven't played d7, d6 too early, and there are variations where you play knight e5 and bishop b4, and you thank your lucky stars that your queen is on c7. So there's a lot of poison in this line of play, and the white player has to be careful. Castles, inviting
and
the poison.
Knight f6 played by Magnus Carlsen. There's now castles as a response.
No, it's not the Rio, I think they call it the Rio de Janeiro variation with bishop b4. He played instead bishop e7 and f4, and now we're going to see
D6.
after d7, d6 a very standard Shevchenko system.
Yep. And d6 is very important just to stop white from expanding in the center with a well-timed e5.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a big threat. The move f4 absolutely introduces e5 as a threat.
But I never know in these Sicilians whether one goes very provocatively, like d6, or do you go b5? I was just going to ask.
No, b5 for me. Magnus is a little bit tilt. Okay, here he's going to play b4, And he is going to play an extremely double-edged bit of preparation. I'm sure there's some computer-generated stuff coming up. Oh my goodness, E5.
So you reckon it will be b4 counterattack?
I think so.
It has to be, right? Because you don't want to be messing around with your knight
I don't
to
believe
G4.
in knight G4, no. It just feels, as Christopher, you might say, feels wrong on many levels.
Okay. Well, it absolutely is. Okay, but Magnus, less than 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, he's actually... he may be trying to remember what his preparation was, but it has to be b5, b4 base. What would you do after b4, by the way?
I'm not a Sicilian player.
Would you be playing knight b5? Would you? And finally,
well,
it took him.
B4
it took him a whole minute. Yeah,
I wanted b5 come.
Yeah,
Queen.
Forgive me for saying it's just guesswork on my part, but I've been around. I've seen a lot of really double-edged, sharp Sicilians, and this is one of them. If you don't know these positions inside and out, you can lose them on either side in a trifle. It's just, at the moment, you're threatened with almost a certain loss. Rook takes a2, so you can play bishop to c4. You can play king to b1. But whatever you do, you got to know your stuff.
Right, king b1 looks the most natural because the bishop on c4 could be overloaded, right?
Bishop c4 does invite d5.
d5,
that's exactly
and
right.
also the bishop is covering the a2 point on a different diagonal to the knight on b5. And as we know, a bishop can't dance at two weddings.
Does that go with the dead lion?
Yeah. Who never heard that one?
Can't
The bishop endings, you know, they're very
right.
Yeah.
Okay,
if
we've got the
dancing
bridesmaids.
like this,
sure.
yeah, exactly.
Okay. Okay, that's where that comes from. Magnus, and you can see on our spy cams, these were special cameras developed by Spectrum Studios. You have a view of the players. This is like literally what it's like to play against Magnus. And you can see from Magnus, half board. What expression do you read into that, Jovi?
With Magnus, I find it very difficult to read. Sometimes, you know, to any normal person, he would be looking like he's bored, but probably he's in intense focus. And, well, Wei Yi having a pause, and I was just going to ask this, knight d6.
Quite the surprise.
And the big question is, get greedy, right? Queen, what's going to happen after queen takes queen, rook takes queen, and snatch that pawn on a2?
That's the question that he's going to ask and answer. Rook takes a2. So he's going to count that after king b1, he wants to drive the rook back, and he's hoping that he'll be able to plant his bishop on the c5 square, which I wouldn't allow, by the way. I would probably drop back with the rook to cover the c5 square. And here they are. The players are catching up with us. Rook takes a2 is on the board, king b1 on the board, and rook a5. So they've caught up with our, so far so good, and bishop to b6. And now,
White is persistent.
Yes. Just to remind everybody that these two are first and second in the event. King e7, blunder alert, rook takes c6. So you can't play king e7, you're going to have to move your rook. Now the question is, let's say, should I choose the h5 or f5 square? I want to be able to kick back the rook. So for example, let me just put a move on the board, rook f5, g3, king e7. If you move the rook away, then I get to play d5. And even at the cost of an exchange one day, you might win an exchange, I'll be a happy camper.
Wait for this. Rook a8. He
didn't expect that.
Follow your advice. Maybe he was worried that his rook would be just caught on the fifth rank. But now bishop b5, big threat. Rook takes knight on the board.
Not bishop takes c6, but rook takes c6. And once again, king e7 now simply walks into bishop c5. I think it's time to get out of dodge. I think it's time to castle and say, go ahead, win your pawn back.
He's got knight to e7.
Magnus, oh.
Okay, well, the knight is going to come to d5.
True that.
Or knight to f5.
Okay, so let's imagine rook to d1. So And then do you want to play knight to d5?
Well, I tell you something that's really concerning me. If white stops the knight getting to f5.
With g4, for example,
Your
yes.
g4.
Yes.
And if the knight comes to d5.
Yes.
That
You want to
rook on d6 is at some point going to sacrifice itself
on
for the
d5?
knight. Yeah.
Okay, so one line that you might be thinking about is, for example, rook to d1,
yeah.
knight to d5, and whether this rook or the other rook sacrifices itself. But at the end of the day, what do I really have? I have, well,
I don't know. I see a whole lot of trouble. Like if you do not with the d rook, the rook on d6, you try the other one.
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
And let's get checking.
Checking or bishop c5. Checking, I'm going to go king f8, king around.
Yeah, but that kind of position also really reminds me of some. Yeah, let's go.
You've got your tactical checkmating books.
Yes, king. Okay, let's lift up the board.
And away we go.
Yeah.
I don't think it's there, but you're right. I mean, it's dangerous. These are the dangers. And the clock times have to be significant.
It is, because Wei Yi has 1 minute and 15 seconds.
And he has played rook d1, and we might be seeing the sacrifices you just espoused.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's something that both players will no doubt be calculating, because it's very scary, right? To be playing a rook against two bishops, and this is why Magnus goes back to b8. He wants none of that.
Okay, so it's now Wei Yi's opportunity to take on d7 with a check. Bishop takes d7, bishop takes d7, rook takes d7. Alert, alert, I am threatening checkmate. Alert, alert. So again, getting out of dodge with castles might be advisable, but this is a big moment.
Yeah.
Bishop takes d7.
And Wei Yi now under 50 seconds on the clock. The question is...
I don't like the way Magnus has played this. Frankly, I think after bishop d7, I mean, it's just...
He's reaching for the bishop.
No!
It's not in Wei Yi's style
No!
to cash in his chips early.
Wow!
Bishop d3, maintaining the pressure. Okay.
That is quite a remarkable
bold.
move.
Bishop b7.
Wow.
But okay, this knight can come to c8.
I am kind of stunned. Knight c8 makes perfect sense to my eyes. Bishop f3.
30 seconds. Okay, bishop f3 instead, attacking the rook on d1.
First of all, that opens up the rook so that the move knight c8 is a fork. Give me the rook on d1 as well. Rook to f1, bishop g2. And suddenly, this move, bishop d3, I think, has given Magnus a great chance, suddenly.
And both players around 25 seconds on the clock. They only get a 2-second time bonus per move. And knight c8 attacking the rook and the bishop on the board. Bishop counterattacks the rook, but rook to b7. And here
I
we
think
see,
Magnus is going to be out of this and for choice now. Wow, that was an extraordinary series of moves there by the players.
But the complexity continues, Yasser.
It still does. You're absolutely right. I like Black's position very much.
It looks very comfortable. Black is going to be the one able to open up a line on the king side. But on the other hand, if White's b-pawn starts motoring...
No, it's all about Black.
Yeah, okay. h4. 11 seconds.
And Wei Yi wasn't sure. He almost touched his rook. Takes. And 11 seconds to what?
Well, Magnus is 25 seconds now.
Okay.
And now knight jumps into the middle.
Threatening knight takes g3. Ooh, king b4.
King b4.
He allowed knight takes g3? No,
Yeah,
Magnus is winning.
Yeah, now the f-pawn will be falling.
It's over.
Oh.
It's over.
Well, Wei Yi trying to create some imbalances.
Look at what he's doing with his king. I don't know what he's up to.
The king is going to move to okay, bishop a6.
Ooh,
This b-pawn, do not underestimate it, Yasser.
No way.
Okay, now get going, b4.
e5 D4?
D4 played.
No,
this is maybe...
How many? It's 3 connected pass pawns for Magnus? Or 4
Yes.
connected pass pawn?
But the players are playing on seconds. Anything can still happen, Yasser.
No, it's all Magnus. I'm sure it's all Magnus. Why didn't he play? Well, okay.
Bishop takes pawn.
Knight
Knight takes bishop, and now
Rook E2. Sorry, Rook E6.
Rook E6. Rook
And
takes
E2.
knight, and E2, and Wei Yi will have to give up a rook.
Yes, he will. So queen.
Queen.
Again, clock times of the players.
Okay, Wei Yi playing on his final 5 seconds, and for Magnus Carlsen, 12 seconds.
Rook to B.
Yeah.
So you're rook up, but after C7, is Magnus making this difficult for himself? I'm not sure.
No, he's got it under control.
He's got it under control.
No. Well, the evaluation bar just moved, and it's no longer winning.
Oh my.
Oh my goodness.
And the clock times is
And
down to
4
seconds.
And he just has to push the pawn. Oh.
What? Rook takes B7. Magnus is playing for a draw now.
No, rook takes...
Yeah. Wow,
F7.
he let it slip away, did Magnus. Oh my goodness.
And king against king. It is a draw.
Wow, big smile, but
heavy game.
He's thinking to himself, what do I have to do to win a game? He was up 4 connected pass pawns. Highlights.
Oh, and I'm just getting news that Arjun has won again.
Well, fantastic. Highlights, Nasi. What did you have for us?
So I was watching 2 games. One of them was between Nodirbek and Anish. Giri. Game ended in an uneventful draw, but I will point out few moments. In this position, Anish was slightly better because none of the pawns have been traded. So we have 16 pawns on the board, and as we know, in close positions, knights are better than bishops. So that was Black's little bit of slight advantage because White had a bishop, but Nodirbek managed to trade a lot of pieces and open up the position. So they ended up in just this rook ending, with an very easy draw. They did play it for a long time, but no, I think this is just analysis. I'm so confused.
Right.
Game ended somewhere here.
Okay.
And was a draw. The more exciting game was between Vincent and Duda, and local hero Duda pulled off another win.
Nice.
Vincent made one mistake earlier in the game. Here, he had to take on E4. I'll go in my analysis. Take on E4 and then blockade the bishop with rook E3, after which White's for choice. But instead he played, he allowed knight to move back, knight F6, and then Black managed to play A4 and D4, and Duda took over the game. But I'll show you the last beautiful moment when he played H3, threatening checkmates on the first rank and on G2. After F3 check, Queen B2, Queen D3, and look at this beautiful finish with C4. Come on, take it. If you take with the B pawn, I have Bishop B4, checkmating on the second rank. Instead,
Nice.
Vincent took with the Queen, but after Queen D2, check Bishop F8, he resigned. And let's go to Poland to hear the other 2 game analysis from Cristian and Anastasiya.
How important was that save from Wei Yi against Magnus? I mean, just an incredible roller coaster of a game. Anastasiya, what were you looking at?
I was checking the game of Kirill Shevchenko against Gukesh. I mean, Kirill played with black pieces. What I can tell you, he has so crazy games. Sometimes it works, sometimes not. But I mean, I've never seen something like this for a long time. I mean, every game is just so completely crazy. So here in that one, Gukesh managed to actually get quite good position, and he was pushing, pressing almost the whole game. Here, Kirill had this nice idea to play move knight d3, and after all exchanges, maybe he didn't see that Black can play c5, and then there is a pin. You cannot move the knight because of the bishop on b2. So this was the moment when he could equalize the position. So he decided to play more ambitiously. It looked like he played this move a4, and then, I mean, literally, don't ask me why at this moment, when everything is happening on the queen side, Gukesh decided to play move king h1.
Well,
I mean,
think
really,
he wants to go f4.
Yes,
he wants to get out of
from this pin.
diagonal.
Yes, but I mean, it seems like all action is there, and suddenly your opponent plays king h1, which was cool move, and that's why Kirill played g5. Let's say defending against move f4, but still it happened, rook f1, and see what happened after. You can see that the evaluation is just moving back and forth,
yes.
and rook d6 seems to be that white took the pawn, but no, it's just the start of all the action. So I just want to scroll it until this crazy moment. I mean, there were a few, believe me. Suddenly black is doing better because knight is on d4, as you can see that he brought the knight, and this bishop on d7 suddenly has some life. And after all this, I mean, believe me, every move we can analyze forever. But I just want to show this fantastic moment then when the king suddenly started his journey all the way to f4.
Wow.
So he came to f4.
But this is brilliant stuff.
Yes, absolutely. And then queen e1, and then he found this knight f1 and checkmate after queen g3. If king h1, there is beautiful checkmate on
so
g1.
you needed that king on f4 to support this checkmate with queen g3. Beautiful.
Exactly, yes, beautiful. So king came all this way. I mean, never seen it for a long time, something like that.
And this just goes to show how good Kirill is in this tournament as well. Let's take a look at the other game that I was watching, the battle between the two Indians, Praggnanandhaa versus Arjun. And I have to say, I was shocked by Arjun's approach because he played the French.
Okay.
And Praggnanandhaa played the French in the candidates.
Yes,
that means that he analyzed it quite a lot. This definitely should have surprised Praggnanandhaa, but I'm sure he didn't because he got a winning position. He knew exactly what to do. But take a look at this, and this is exactly why Blitz is so exciting. You know, the advantage just goes back and forth. You have to be very precise, and you don't have enough time to find that precision. Queen to h5, very nice move by white. Queen to f6, and right now he's getting a winning advantage. Knight takes h7, perhaps not the right way. The best one.
Tempting, yes, knight h7,
very
threatening.
Very, very tempting.
Queen.
And in this position,
checkmate
the only move
is
would have
idea.
checkmate.
Yes.
Of course. Checkmate. You also need to find ways to get your knight back. So the next move makes a lot of sense. Bishop to g5, right?
Yes.
You're threatening knight to f6, but unfortunately after bishop to g5, this is the losing move. Bishop to e7, now there's no more knight to f6, and there's no way to defend that bishop on h5 without allowing the knight on h7 to stay trapped. So you can go h4, but now I just simply have enough time to go rook h8, create the pin. You're losing the piece, and
yeah,
to be honest,
you don't have
this
knight
is just,
f6 anymore. Yes,
this is just game
yes.
over. Game over
Game
in
over?
one move. Instead of that, bishop to g5, bishop to g3 would have given him exactly the advantage.
If I play rook h8,
now I can go queen to e2. Take a look at this move.
Ah, it's threatening
This is
e5
brilliant
knight. Okay,
stuff.
this is important
Yes,
because I
yes.
couldn't
I
understand
can
how
also
do you
just
save
take
your
on
knight.
e5
Yes,
first.
yes, it's also
I can also take on e5 first. So that's the problem. With the bishop on g5, you're not threatening the knight on e5. With bishop to g3, you're defending against the checkmate, but also
Keep
keeping the
threatening,
threat
yes.
of the knight on e5 and knight coming to f6. He missed something, and unfortunately for him, after bishop to g5, Arjun was just impeccable with his conversion. He did not give him any chance. He tried something, Praggnanandhaa that is. He sacrificed some pieces, got the king to c8. It was running for a while, but unfortunately, after that, it is white's king which is getting checkmated.
another thriller, definitely, in this game. I mean, looking forward for the next round. So many decisive games so far.
Crazy games all around, guys. Back to you in the studio in St. Louis.
Thank you. Thank you. What rounds we've been witnessing, and tell us about the standings after 4 really intense blitz rounds.
After Wei Yi saved that draw, he is at the top. He maintains his 2-point advantage with 15.5 points. Magnus Carlsen on 13.5 points. Praggnanandhaa, his loss means he stays at 12 points. Arjun Erigaisi, he is climbing up 11.5 points. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda is there with 11 points, as well as Kirill Shevchenko.
Kirill showing that he belongs in the tournament. We reached that stage in our show where we like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what they have. Commute in style with an exclusive World Chess Hall of Fame laptop bag. This bag features a separate zipper compartment for your laptop and multiple smaller compartments for all of your work needs. Support your laptop and the World Chess Hall of Fame all at once. Available for you at qboutiquestl.com. Do all your chess shopping needs at Q Boutique, and tell us about the pairings for this round 5 and our marquee matchup too.
Yes. And you can see Jan-Krzysztof Duda will play against Gukesh. Magnus Carlsen will be playing against Vincent, Keymer. Anish, Giri. This will be our marquee matchup. Plays tournament leader Wei Yi and Arjun Erigaisi. He's on a tear at the minute, has the white pieces against Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. Kirill, Shevchenko also doing very well in the standings, playing against Praggnanandhaa.
Nasi, you got to jump in on this one for me as well. Magnus Carlsen, I haven't seen him have this many hiccups in one tournament, never mind in just a few series of rounds. That was very strange. He had 4 connected pass bonds.
I can't explain what happened. Is he just having a really bad day?
Maybe he's just having a really bad day. Sometimes that's the explanation, right?
How else can we explain what we just saw in 3 rounds in a row?
Right. Yeah, no, that was really confusing.
And some of the other players are climbing up. We saw Arjun just win a couple of games.
He's on a streak.
Duda as well.
Yeah.
And Prag had a little bit of a pause after his loss. So now these players are trying to catch up to Magnus.
And by his save, Wei Yi keeps Magnus at bay, keeps a 2-point. And, well, through the magic of television, we got to revisit that game that we just witnessed with Wei Yi. Here it is. And again, Magnus is up a clean rook at this point, but not so clean because these are connected pass pawns. And at this point, I was a little bit unsure that Magnus was going to win, but I thought, yeah, he should be winning. He should be winning.
Wei Yi is very resourceful. He finds the moves to keep the game alive. And Magnus, no time on the clock, down to his final seconds. He doesn't find the correct way to continue, and he plays king to e5. And now after this, it's just a draw.
Just a draw. After this, he gets in the b7 move, which is what happened, and Magnus had to give up both rooks for the 2 pawns. And eventually they got to naked kings. Wow, what a save by Wei Yi.
It was easier to play for Wei Yi maybe because he was so completely lost.
Exactly.
He had one plan, right? You know,
push the pawns.
Push the pawns, whereas Magnus had to be more precise.
Absolutely. Let's hope. Well, we are going to have as our marquee matchup. Jovi overruled me. I think Magnus has been pulling the suspense, and there was Magnus versus Vincent, and it was Anish versus Wei Yi. You chose to go with Anish and Wei Yi, and I will bow down before your decision. But if all the action is in Magnus versus Vincent, it's on you.
Okay.
You take full responsibility. Arjun versus Nodirbek, also a very, very, very key matchup game for you. Nasi, to keep an eye on.
For Cristian, but yeah.
Oh, you guys already decided who.
We're splitting the fun games between us.
Okay, very, very, very nice. And again, for those of you who are joining us late, shame on you. Thank you for joining us, by the way. We have been witnessing a real roller coaster ride by Magnus Carlsen. I really haven't seen him make this many hiccups.
Yes, I haven't seen him either, but I'm going to say one thing though. He's been playing very impressive chess, up to a point.
The Rapids?
Bar the first game against Kirill Shevchenko today, I thought he was superb against Praggnanandhaa, also great against Abdusattorov.
Right.
Until those closing seconds,
right,
where he just, you know, went all out for an attack or just blundered his queen and then couldn't quite convert against Wei Yi. But before that, he was doing well.
Okay. Again, the end of the last round and Magnus's expression, accepting the draw, and at the same time saying to himself, what the heck is going on? What do I have to do to win a game? I had this game absolutely in the bag, and he really, really had to contrive to make a draw on that one. Snatching the draw from the jaws of victory.
Yeah, but I feel that's unfair. I feel like when your clock is down to the 5 closing seconds, you mustn't underestimate how easy it is to lose your mind and just panic and then just rely on your instincts. And we are in the middle of the Blitz because we have 2 days of Blitz, 18 games. It's round 5 already. And the players are playing at a time control of 5 minutes plus 2-second bonus per move. So they have to switch it up. And it's 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw. Nothing, even if you try your hardest, if you lose.
Quick question for you, Nasi. When I think of Blitz, I think of 3+2 or 5 and 0. What do you think of the time control 5+2?
This is called the long blitz.
The
right?
long
blitz. Yes, we're used to seeing 3+2. I think that's the standard for blitz.
That's what Bobby Fischer preferred, yes.
And I believe Magnus prefers it too.
Yeah.
He might blame this on the clock.
Right, but 5+2 gives the players a little extra time to come up with some
and it's kind of hard to
ideas.
adjust because you think you have time. 5 minutes seems like a lot in the beginning, and then all of a sudden, once you are down to 30 seconds, the 2-second increment is pretty much nothing.
Yeah, it's not enough.
Yeah, so it's very quickly you have to adjust from, oh, I have time to think on, I have absolutely no time. I have to just make moves that are closer to the clock.
Right.
And there we see
Players
Gukesh
getting ready.
arriving
Round
at
5.
the board.
Your quick take, Jovi, same question. 5+2, is that a time control for Blitz that you like, or do you prefer 3+2, 5-0?
Well, 5+2 is very unusual.
For you,
3
for
plus
yourself.
2, well, I mean, I'm just talking in general. 3+2 is what the standard is.
Right.
I mean, at the World Championships,
3+2
it's
is what
3+2. It's faster, and actually it's harder to defend. I think that if a time control had been 3+2, we might be seeing a different Magnus Carlsen. Because like
you
I
think
said,
he's much more used to that?
yes, because the positions he got were so good that I think under the 3 minutes plus 2-second time bonus, his opponents would have cracked.
As our tournament leader, Wei Yi on the right, settling down for round 5 against Anish Giri, Wei Yi comes into this round with a 2-point lead, having just defended an absolutely miserable position. Can't believe that Magnus let him slip away. Our tournament leader, Wei Yi, maybe for him, this was a historic return to chess.
Yes, but to answer your question,
Yes.
I never quite did it. I'm used to the 5 minutes. No increments.
5-0. Yeah, me too. That was how I grew up mostly. But once I adopted to the Bobby Fischer bonus time, then I loved 3+2. It immediately felt right.
I don't like 3+2. It's too quick.
It's too quick.
Yes, I prefer having that 5 minutes. And this one actually feels like a long blitz, as Nazi said.
Yeah.
But here we do see our tournament leader with the black pieces.
It's extraordinary for me to see Anish Giri kind of floundering in Rapid and Blitz because he really is an outstandingly well-prepared player, which is really a big advantage in Rapid because he plays his opening prep so quickly. He usually has a minute or two on the clock. In Holland, he is known as an outstanding blitzer, and the Dutch really pride themselves as great blitz chess players. So really, I think for himself, Anish expected more. He still has lots of time to turn it around, but he's got to get going.
He certainly does have to get motoring. He has the white pieces against Wei Yi. Do you think he will take inspiration from the fact that Wei Yi, despite saving that draw against Magnus Carlsen, did look shaky at some point?
No.
No. Short answer to that.
No, I think Wei Yi is feeling like $1 million at the moment, like his lucky star. Ride that lucky star.
I was going to say, saving that game against Magnus probably feels better than winning.
Yeah. But do you think Anish is the one that would be like, okay, but you know.
But you were worse. You were in deep trouble.
And there we see Magnus arriving to the board in his game against Vincent Keymer.
And it looks like we are going to have a ceremonial first move. We're not too sure who this is, who just made that move, but E2, E4. And Vincent, no stranger to Magnus Carlsen, Vincent almost knocked Magnus out of the World Cup in their mini match as the players are underway, Anish, Giri playing the white side against Wei Yi in what is a very popular Murano variations, semi-Slav. Takes on c4, takes a7, a6.
Getting ready to go b5 and then a quick c5. But rook to d1 played.
In anticipation,
anyway.
yeah. I was about to say, one of the reasons why you might want to play rook d1 is a completely different approach. I like bishop d3 a lot, but sometimes you can put your bishop back on f1, and strangely enough, fianchetto. Bishop f1, g3, bishop g2. And that way you neutralize this bishop's long diagonal. Now, this position, I think knight g5 is one of the major avenues in this exact moment. And, well, guess what? Anish knows his stuff. Off he goes. Knight g5.
And h6, chasing away the knight parks itself on e4,
Exactly.
just to keep the c5 square covered.
Exactly. That's the entire idea, is to make it awkward. Make it awkward for the second player to get in the freeing breaks, c7, c6, c5.
And do you think the time is now right for white to go a3, b4, set up a clamp on that square, or?
If you can do it, it's great. If you can get in a3 and b4, black will absolutely not want to see the pawn coming to b4. So the question is, are you able to play a c5 after a3? Instead, we've seen Anish just capture all the knights and say, look, here's your problem. You're in a pin. I'm going to make it as absolutely awkward for you to play c5 as possible. I'm going to play bishop to d2.
And maybe now is the time to go a5, because as you pointed out,
Absolutely.
b4 is coming on the board.
And whether you play b4 as black yourself or as a5, you definitely don't want white to play the move b4. If white gets in b4, it's essentially saying, I've got a positional clamp. And I hate that.
Yeah.
a3, a5. You see a trade. The a file is opened up. And I want to say white's smidge advantage here. It's not so easy for black to
Rook
equalize.
c8. Well, c5. Definitely
it's
there
crazy.
on the board.
Even when you, so to speak, get it in, you might not be so happy. So I'll play b3. You play c5. Yay. I take on b7. You take on b7. Yay. I go rook c1. Yay. And your queenside pawn on b4, if you ever get into a bishop ending, look out. You could be in a real rotten bishop ending. So we're seeing a very, very technical game. I sure hope there's no fireworks in Magnus's game. I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you, Jovi.
Well, it's good to follow the tournament leader, but I would be very impressed by Wei Yi if he effectively manages to neutralize Anish Giri.
He's worse. B2, B3, and just say, if I'm in Anish's shoes, bishop E1. That's too subtle for me.
It's a very subtle position, right? I would be going c5 and. Yes, and I would be very, very happy.
Right. I'm once again, I'm a little bit worried about these bishop endings. I might want to include b3 before I play c5, but yes, you're all dressed up for c5. What else are you going to do?
Exactly. If you don't do anything. Okay, so h5 played.
Okay.
Well, the thing
again,
is, though,
too sophisticated.
If you do nothing, then black is just worse.
Yes, that's correct.
So,
but I don't understand the move bishop to e1, how that necessarily improves the scope of the bishop. In my view, the move b3 is required just to keep the pawn stuck on a dark square. I love the move queen c4, by the way. Posting up, that makes perfect sense. Also, in a kind of way, avoids b3. So again, I don't understand h5, I don't understand bishop e1. Queen c4 would have been very good. Again, I'm with you. Let's go. c5. On the business.
Now, do it now. Whatever. I'm very impatient, so let's get going.
Well, sometimes if you delay your breaks, you never get them in. you know. So here's a moment. Maybe, no, Wei Yi would not be afraid of c5, d5. He might be calculating it, but he shouldn't be afraid of it.
No, he has 3 minutes on the clock. Maybe he's just afraid of the pins, though, because after c5, you do, as you pointed out, have these bishop takes bishop ideas, and then swing the rook to c1, pressure on the c line.
And in that case also, bishop takes b4.
Yeah.
Might be irritating.
So maybe he's saying, you know, better what? Let's just maintain the status quo and wait for white to do something concrete.
Okay,
but it's a very passive approach to do that. And we see g6 played.
He's waiting.
He is waiting, and I don't know. Ooh, I'm thinking bishop takes g6.
Ooh. I'd be more enthusiastic if the bishop was on d2 than on e1.
Yes.
Because then I'd have got a bishop h6 check as a...
This is, actually, this could
Attractive?
really work
Wow.
in white's favor. I'm also looking at moves like G. Okay, this is just my instinct to lunge at my opponent like a cave woman. But I'm thinking G4, you know, once the pawns get traded off, there's an open H line. White has more space in order to switch the forces over to the king side.
And
Yes,
look at this.
Look at that. Bishop takes
Anish
G6.
is feeling it. He's captured on g6, sacrificed a bishop for 2 pawns. And again, I was saying, I'm very enthusiastic
And a
if my bishop was on
fourth
d... A third just clipped.
Exactly, and the H pawn is not long for this world either.
The thing I like about this sacrifice is, once again, the move c5
Beautiful.
was pinned. If the bishop was on d2,
Yeah,
just saying, hate
But it
repeating
will
myself.
get there. Next move.
Next move.
Next move, if Wei Yi doesn't play queen e2 or something, bishop comes to d2, bishop h6, I think you're fine. That's checkmate.
That will be checkmate. So here I'm a little bit afraid for my king and, frankly, getting mated. I might be tempted, but queen g5
But you're going to
loses the b4 pawn,
Exactly. That's 4 pawns to the good.
doesn't it? No, that's
And
too
white
good.
has a massive pawn center.
Yeah, that's too
Wei
good.
Yi in trouble here.
Big trouble. A bishop for 3 pawn sacrifice. Clock a factor? Or the clock's a
Yeah,
factor,
so Wei Yi is around the 1.5 minute mark, and it's ticking down as I speak, and Anish is on 2.5 minutes.
This is just very, very tough because the desirable rook a8, you know, just trading off a would-be attacker, is going to be met after the trade with bishop to d2, bishop h6, and I'm simply mated. Queen king to e2. That does stop
Queen
bishop
E2.
d2.
It
But
does.
wait a minute. Well, my spidey sense is tingling. There are issues here, really, really major issues. I like queen h6 check, followed by bishop to d2. Then I'll reposition my queen, and with my bishop on d2, it allows me to play rook a7.
Right.
So there's also queen f5 checks. What do you like?
I was also looking at just a prophylactic move like king h2.
King h2.
Getting ready to go rook a7. I like the fact the queen is on g6.
It's
Just
a powerful square.
Caging in the black king.
It's a powerful
And okay,
square.
he's gone for e5.
Wow.
Wow.
E5, rook a7, rook c7. I mean, again, this bishop is doing nothing. I really thought you had to play c5.
He's setting
Wei Yi.
up
What's
with
he setting
ideas with e5, e6, with checkmate on f7. So that's why rook c7 was played.
To
Yes,
stop. Yes.
I did ask for fireworks, and the players have
okay.
delivered. So e6 played.
You're off the hook. E6 played. So again, queen h6 check and bishop d2. I really
very
want.
good, but-
See, you can't win the game with a queen alone. You need more forces.
Yasser,
Yes. What?
my computer has given that a double question mark.
Oh no! Really?
Blown it away. Wow.
Did it? He had something maybe even more straightforward than queen h6. This looks.
Yeah, there were moves like bishop takes b4 in the equation. There's queen
bishop
f6.
takes
Queen
b4.
f6
Yeah,
was
queen
the,
f6 was
the
also
killer.
very, very good. I like that move. That king g8 on the board. And I'm sure his intention was to play bishop to d2.
It threw away the win. But okay, the position is very, very complicated.
I think...
And Wei Yi, 45 seconds left on the clock.
Very, very hard for Wei Yi to play. Complicated or not, I love being on the aggressive side. However, I now notice that rook e7 is an issue. Rook to e7, just going after this pawn. Oh, no, I do have rook e1.
But this move is beautiful. Queen to e4.
Why is it beautiful?
It just covers the checks.
Are you sure? I think it's terrible. Wait a minute, what? I want to play rook e1 and oh, sorry, rook g3 is the bishop on d6. I wanted a rover, rook up and over, and the bishop on d6 covers g3. So I can play bishop to g5 and e7.
Yeah, but if you go bishop g5, there's also bishop
He's
coming
done
to
it.
g5.
Yes, he's done it. As
And you want to go
expected.
bishop f6,
I
checkmate
don't.
on.
I don't. I want to go e7. I just want to push him, baby. Get that pawn up the board.
Well, Wei Yi, 20 seconds
20
left
seconds.
on the clock.
And
he has
rook
to play
h7.
precisely.
And we've seen a queen
but now
trade.
bishop to e7. Okay, king f8.
King
Covering
f8.
the e7 square.
How many pawns do I have? 3, 4.
Oh, 3.
Still counting?
Yes, 3 pawns.
Still counting. Bishop h4. What a surprise move.
King e8.
f3. Oh, this is nervous. Nerves are taking over at this moment. The threat is bishop c8.
Yep.
Bishop c8.
One pawn is going to fall.
Boy, great defense by Wei Yi in this game. He's really
14
been...
seconds, 12 seconds, and he grabs that pawn on c6.
And
look
finally,
at now,
the bishop on d5
he's
is working.
coordinating. And you'd have bishop takes... No, you don't have. I was going to say bishop takes g2. Not quite yet.
I think I'd cement the bishop with h4. He's done it. He's done it.
But the rook can swing over.
Well, at this moment, I'm thinking it's a 3-result game. For a moment there, I thought it was only Anish who had winning chances, but now...
And now, I feel that only
F5?
Wei Yi can win.
Ooh.
The white's pawns are completely stunted.
Stunted. I like that. Well, get them unstunted.
He's going to go...
Ooh,
Rook
you're
takes
right.
pawn.
Now it feels like Wei Yi is in control.
And we do have a result. It was a win for Magnus Carlsen against Vincent Keymer.
Wow. And yeah, now it feels like Wei Yi should be winning. He's
The
got
king
the extra
is going to
piece.
defend the bishop.
Wow.
He's grabbing another pawn, and
Just
the D
grabbing.
pawn is under control.
No, he's winning it now.
Yep.
Now it's over. Still calls for accuracy, over or
Rook
not.
takes... Oh, but isn't there... Okay, now the king is going to snake its way over to b3. Grab the b2 pawn, and the bishop can handle white's pawn on f5.
Yes, it
Well,
can.
And Arjun Erigaisi has continued his winning streak once more. He wins.
Yi
And Wei Yi
is won
also
again.
wins.
Wow.
Incredible
Wow.
save from Wei Yi to turn a position like that around.
We still have a game in progress. Let's go to it. This is a game between Kirill and Pragg. Let me just bring it up on the... Oops.
And-
we just got the handshake is what we got.
Okay.
As we believe... Just a second. Who won it? Pragg won it. Queen a4 check. Last move by Pragg picks up a loose rook on the d7 square. Nasi, it feels like every round I'm trying to catch my breath by
What
the
a
time we
round.
come to you.
I'm shocked. I'm still catching up.
So what have you got for us?
I have two very exciting games. So Arjun, his third win in a row. He just defeated Nodirbek. Position was very interesting. Arjun had an extra pawn, but Black had a compensation for it. But here I don't understand Nodirbek's continuation. He offered to trade queens when you're down a pawn, you typically don't want to trade queens. He should have played instead queen a4, rook d3, and kept the active pieces. But after queens were traded, knight b1, just one passive move, but very quickly king comes in, king e2, and after b5, it was just unstoppable. Arjun won very convincingly. And another game that I have for you is Duda against Gukesh. Gukesh bounced back after a loss. Duda tried a very interesting sacrifice here. He sacrificed his rook, a full rook on e4. But it did not work out, as I'm guessing he missed this knight e5, very strong move, opening up the road for the king to run. So queen h7 check, king f7. It still was maybe unclear at the board, but White's position looks great, queen and bishops, but after just, actually Duda resigned on his move because he knows after king d8 there is nothing further.
Well, sorry, help me out. Bishop g5 check?
You keep running.
You keep running, king c8.
Of course
And
you
there's
do.
bishop h2.
I was looking at bishop e7, queen takes f8 check. Thank you, thank you.
Let's go to Poland to hear from Cristian and Anastasiya.
We really felt that this would be Magnus's round, maybe to try to catch up with the leader Wei Yi, but after he won his game, Wei Yi turned the tables in his match against Anish Giri, and he keeps the pace. He's still ahead by 2 points. Anastasiya, what game were you watching?
I was again lucky to watch the game of Kirill Shevchenko with white pieces against Praggnanandhaa. It seems like nobody wants to draw in this event. You know, they were playing, both of them, I think, were playing for victory, no matter what position was on the board. So after bishop b5, everything is hanging. Rook on a1, queen. So white had to give the queen for 2 rooks. And I mean, again, there were some chances maybe to equalize, you know, exchange a few pieces. No, they're trying to play until the end. They complicate the position, complicate the matters. Let me show you just the end that, for example, somewhere here they started to repeat. No, bishop h5, and they continue. He's ready to give this pawn on g7. It doesn't matter. King will go, you know, up at one point after all these checks. You kind of think that maybe it's a draw. No,
yes.
King goes to a1, hides there, and they continue playing like nothing happened. I think somewhere here he plays king g6, king h5, then g5, and at the end of the day, Prague was stronger, even though you see the evaluation is not on his favor.
Favoring
yes, so
Kirill,
I mean,
yes.
you could see the end of the game. They showed it in St. Louis. So crazy game. At the end, Prague managed to win. No draws in this tournament.
He took the risk with king g6,
Yes.
not going for the perpetual,
Exactly.
and he reaped the benefits of that.
Exactly.
Beautiful game by Prague, and he's on a streak right now. Let's take a look at the Magnus game, because Magnus versus Vincent, this was a very interesting battle, but there was one critical moment. This was going in Magnus's favor.
Yeah,
it was a
looks like
typical
that.
Magnus game, where he just squeezes his opponent and slowly but surely gets that decisive advantage. And that's exactly what it was. After this move, knight to e4, bishop to c7, and look at the clocks as well. 13 seconds for Vincent at this point, 2 minutes and 50 seconds for Magnus.
No.
And he spent 2 minutes on this move. This was the critical move. He sensed the critical move, but he did not find the winning blow, the tactical winning blow. He played the move knight to f2. The winning move would have been knight to f6. Take, take. This is all forced.
King h7,
By the way,
yes.
if you don't take on f6, I'm just simply going to capture your bishop, then capture the knight on c6. I'm going to be a piece up, and that's pretty much game over. You have to accept the sacrifice, then king to h7. Now I go bishop to f7. You have to defend the h6 pawn. So for example, if you go queen to c8, that's a checkmate in 2 moves.
Yes.
I just simply take on h6.
So you
So
have
the
to
only
go
move
f8,
is to
yes.
go queen to f8. And look at this beauty. Bishop g6
and bishop h7.
and bishop h7.
Nice.
And now you have to give me the queen. He
What a
spent
beautiful-
2 minutes on this. He did not find it. He still went on to win. But
Yeah.
in fact, with his move, knight to f2 allowed Vincent to equalize the position. Still, what a great tense battle between these two players. We're going to go on a short commercial break, and we'll be back shortly with the next round.
This year's Superbet Poland Rapid and Blitz even sees the return of 33-year-old Norwegian superstar Magnus Carlsen. Magnus has had success with the Grand Chess Tour with 2 tour wins as a full participant. He is playing 2 GCT Rapid and Blitz events as a wildcard this year. When describing Magnus, where do you start? He was the youngest player ever to reach FIDE #1 at age 19 and has stayed there for over 14 years. Magnus is a 5-time world champion, the reigning 5-time world rapid champion, and the reigning 7-time world blitz champion. This fast chess event makes Magnus an obvious favorite.
24-year-old Wei Yi is the #2 player in China. He is a former world youth champion and 2-time Chinese national champion. Like all the great players, he started early, becoming a grandmaster at age 13 and the youngest player ever to reach a 2700 rating at age 15. He comes to this event after winning this year's Tata Steel competition. Wei Yi will be playing this event as a wild card.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov is an Uzbeki-born 19-year-old grandmaster who knows something about Rapid and Blitz. In fact, at age 17, he won the 2021 World Rapid Championship, making him the youngest to be a world champion in any time control. Nodirbek was a youthful grandmaster, earning his title at 13 years and 1 month. It'll be exciting to watch him at his first GCT event.
18-year-old Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa, known to the world as Prag, is one of several young Indian chess champions making waves in the world of chess. Prag is a multiple-time world youth champion and is the 5th youngest player ever to become a grandmaster, achieving the title at the age of 12 years and 10 months. Prag just played in the candidates, finishing a respectable 5th among the best players in the world. His older sister Vaishali is also a women's Indian champion.
26-year-old Jan-Krzysztof Duda is the highest-rated Polish chess player of all time. This tournament in Poland holds a special importance to Jan. The world took notice when in 2021 he defeated Magnus Carlsen at the World Cup, which sent Jan onto the 2022 candidates. He won the Superbet event in 2022, finishing a full 4 points ahead of the field and becoming a local hero to his Polish fans.
Anish Giri is a 29-year-old Dutch grandmaster and a 4-time Dutch champion. Anish has ranked in the top 10 of all players in the world for the last 10 years. His recent victory at the 2023 Tata Steel event and his 5-time contributions to the Dutch Olympiad team has made Anish Giri a favorite player to watch.
At age 20, India's highest-ranked chess player is Arjun Erigaisi, the 54th Grandmaster from India. Arjun won his Grandmaster title at age 14 years, 11 months, and is enjoying a successful career in India and around the world. He joins a growing list of top-rated Indian players and ranks up there with former world champion Viswanathan Anand. This will be Arjun's first time playing in the GCT.
At the young age of 17, Damaraju Gukesh, known to the world as Gukesh D, has just come from an amazing performance at the 2024 candidates in Toronto, Canada, where he outplayed some of the best in the world. His win at the candidates qualifies Gukesh to play Dinglerin for the upcoming World Championship. He will be the youngest chess player to ever play for the world title. He is swarmed by Indian fans, and even with his low-key demeanor, has become a world favorite. This will be Gukesh's first GCT appearance as a full tour participant.
Vincent Keymer, at age 19, is the current German #1 chess player and one of the top juniors in the world. Vincent earned his Grandmaster title at the age of 14 years and 11 months, the youngest ever by a German player. He's currently ranked 27th in the world, and even though he's considered a long shot at this Superbet event, Vincent Keymer is definitely a player to watch. This is his first GCT event.
21-year-old Kirill Shevchenko is a Ukrainian-born grandmaster who transferred to the Romanian Federation in 2023. Another amazing young chess prodigy, Kirill earned the GM title at 14 years and 9 months. With a peak FIDE rating of 2694, he is the current number 3 highest-rated Romanian player, and he joins 5 other players aged 21 or younger at this event. Kirill is playing in the Grand Chess Tour for the first time.
All these young grandmasters will be chasing an older by chess standards, Magnus Carlsen, the best rapid and blitz player in the world. This year's Superbet Poland will be fun to watch.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only 1 can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
Welcome back, and hasn't that been a scintillating 5 rounds of chess? We're on round 6, and let's check out the standings before we dive into the upcoming rounds. So we see Wei Yi, he is still at the top, nursing that 2-point lead. He's on 16.5 points, Magnus Carlsen on 14.5 points, and Praggnanandhaa with his win goes up to 13 points. Arjun Erigaisi, though, is on a big
triple win streak,
right?
Yes.
Actually 4 wins in a row with 12.5 points. So he is making a bid for the top.
Tell us all about the pairings for the upcoming round 6.
Absolutely. We see Gukesh play Praggnanandhaa. Nodirbek Abdusattorov plays against Kirill Shevchenko. Wei Yi plays Arjun Erigaisi, man who's on a winning streak. So that is going to be our marquee matchup.
Okay.
Vincent Keymer plays against Anish Giri, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda plays Magnus Carlsen.
I just have to say that in case we have an issue, then Duda versus Magnus will be our
and
backup.
the bell has sounded. Yasser, we're off.
We're off.
And Wei Yi has the white pieces, and he goes for a different approach, right? No e4 this time, and instead goes knight f3 and goes for, what is this type of setup called?
Reti?
Reti-ish?
Yeah, with Slav defense with... weren't you telling me that Simon likes to call it the pyramid?
The pyramid. Yeah, for black.
Yes.
Black is it's the pyramid formation.
With the pawns on e6, d5, c6, and b7 and f7, a pyramid, a wedge, if you will. But yeah, I've always thought of it as a reti, and knight c3.
We've just been told it's called Agincourt defense. Oh yes, we had this discussion before.
Now, what's very intriguing to my eyes is Wei Yi is playing it as Nepo likes to play it, not committing the pawn on d4, but keeping that bishop's diagonal open. And in Nepo's case, he likes to play this crazy ideas with g4. And trust me when I say, he's taken down a lot of great names with these style attacks. g4 on the board. I see that we've also got Duda and Magnus live game. This looks like they're following the precepts of opening a theory there. But the game between Wei Yi and Arjun, very, very nice game going on And we've just seen rook e8. Will we see that the same thing that Anish Giri played, knight g5?
Maybe we'll see something like that. We might even see d4. Knight g5 instead played.
Wei Yi is being consistent with this setup because he did have an alternative in a d2, d4. But I like this move, knight g5. I like controlling the e4 square. And I know it sounds crazy, but once again, these attacks can be very dangerous. You mishandle it, and it's over before you know it. Knight c5, provoking d4.
Right, and e4, very much a positional threat.
From Black's perspective.
Black has, yeah, exactly.
e4. So here I'm looking at d4, takes, and knight back
e6.
to e6.
Get that knight. Okay, so, but no, rook to d1.
Inviting e4.
Inviting e4.
If you want to play it after f3, there's going to be a lot of complications. If you want to play e4,
well,
f3 is very provocative.
It is very provocative. And is Arjun Erigaisi the right man to play?
Provoke?
Exactly.
Yeah.
h6 played.
Okay, now we do have bishop f5 as a very reasonable move here. Trading everything on e4.
Well, we might
and
see that
then
now,
bishop
bishop to f5.
A better sequence for Black.
And how do you defend the knight? Do you go d3 or are you looking at f3?
Yeah, exactly. I don't like d3, so I would probably play f3 myself. Although, full confession, I don't like this situation as white. I feel that those pinned pieces make my life difficult and make my opponent's life easy. After the move f3, if I'm Black, I start looking at even queen h4. I like this move, queen e7. It's restrained. It's fine. But I want to get out of this pin. I'll play d3.
d3. And now knight takes e4.
And now I don't really like to take with this pawn, so I probably would play f3 and open up the e file and hope that I have sufficient play. So bishop drops back to g6. And again, I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing here for Black. I like the bishop coming to c5, putting pressure on this pawn on e3. And always a good idea. Get everybody. No worries. I've been coughing up a storm. It's really nice that you're joining me. I do appreciate you're joining me, so I don't feel alone.
Take a sip of water and then see if that improves.
I'll get you some tea and honey if you like. Bishop to g4. I like that move. Queen e2 and bishop f5. I really feel that white is the one trying to equalize at this point. And we're seeing it now. The pawn on e3 is being hounded. This rook, I can easily imagine that Black wants to double rooks on the d file.
Yep.
For the moment, the initiative is firmly on Black's side. And for Arjun, did you just tell me that Arjun won 4 in a row?
He won 4 in a row. I thought it was just a hat trick, but no, he's done even better. So, and there we see b5. Oh, I love that move.
Me too. He's got the majority on the queen's side. He puts it to work. I thought he might want to double the rooks on the d file first. White's in one of those situations where he really doesn't want to play the move he just played, d4. But
and now e4 is very weak.
Yes, it is. And if Wei Yi was hoping that he would be able to capture on c5, on b5, don't forget the bishop needs protection. c5.
c5, yeah, driving the bishop. I would probably put it back to c7.
Agreed.
No problems there.
Okay, and in view of the crunching threat of bishop takes e4, I think after bishop c7, bishop f5 might be required. By the way, just to be sure, yeah, he did play bishop c7. e5 takes d4 wasn't a promising sacrifice.
Well, bishop c7 actually given a question mark, so that maybe bishop a5 was the way forward, but now d5, the pawns are rolling.
Bishop takes e4, d6.
d6.
So compensation by having a protected passed pawn on d6. That makes sense. Yes. But how big a compensation is it? I mean...
Well, you know, if black is allowed, black is going to go bishop b4 and
Right.
corral the c5 pawn.
Oh, I don't doubt it for a moment. That would be a dream come true. Bishop f3, queen g6. So I kind of like that move. It kind of preps the bishop takes f3 and the defense of the pawn.
But wait 1 second, Yasser.
Bishop h5.
h5, attacking
Bishop
the
takes
queen.
g2.
And this
whoa,
is
whoa,
the
whoa.
c pawn has fallen.
Is that like London has fallen? The c-pawn has fallen.
Yeah, but it's a big pawn.
It is a big pawn.
No, suddenly, if the queens
Oh
are
my
traded off
goodness.
the board,
There's two connected
white
pass pawns on
is
d6.
just winning.
Yes. You go queen out of the way. Doesn't matter how you get out of the way. Then you go c6 and d7. And what about the clock times?
Well, when it comes to that, there's not that much in it. So Arjun is now around about 1 minute and 45 seconds, whereas Wei Yi has 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So there is something. And bishop b2,
Well, that
the
bishop is on a
pointing
beautiful diagonal.
at the g7 point, but now the queen has come to e2. It's sniffing around, but
Bishop to d4, defends the pawn on e3.
keeps it all solid. The
Keeps
queen
it all
on
going.
e2 does absolutely nothing, even though it looks very pretty.
But okay, rook e6.
Queen re-centralizes to d5. Is it time to go rook to g6? I mean, it's very
Rook to
difficult.
g6, queen takes e4.
And
Allows
everything
me
is
to
covered.
protect.
And there's also queen takes f7 as well. Picking everything up and dropping back with the queen to
Gotcha.
f2.
No, I don't think you can reasonably play rook to g6. Something like king h7, perhaps? Well, that drops. No, f7.
No, it doesn't, because the rook is
hanging.
attacked on
He has
d1.
played king
So
h7. Arjun looking to try to find some tricks.
Right, but you can still go queen f5 check.
Queen f5 check, rook g6.
And then you've got your idea of being ultimately very, very greedy. Queen takes e4, everything is covered. Queen f5 played.
Rook g6 played.
Quick answer. And
Queen
now
takes e4,
he
very
grabs on
greedy.
e4.
The training is working. So rook e8, queen f3 is the star defensive move.
Yeah.
So if I'm black here, I'm absolutely screaming. I want to play a move like bishop e1 to get my bishop into the game. Bishop d2. Oh, he's played bishop to b4. Black needs more participants on the king side. Bishop to b4.
Yeah.
Stops d6, d7, stops c6. Bishop takes d6 is on. Is rook takes d6 a sacrifice?
Well, he's just
You can
simply
essay.
gone rook to b1, attacking the bishop.
So rook takes d6. What I want to do is try to get as many attackers as I can. So the idea, what I had was rook takes d6, c takes d6, bishop takes d6, and a mate on h2 is lurking.
Well, he's gone for rook to e8, introducing a new piece. Queen to f6, and to update you on the results between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Magnus Carlsen, that was headed into a draw, and indeed it was a draw.
Excuse me. This looks really, really bad now suddenly. I'm looking at queen takes f7. Yes, I'm a pawn grubber, but really what I want to do is trade queens. I'm desperate to trade queens, and this bishop on b4 is hanging. Move like
He's
d7.
gone for d7.
Also very strong. Very, very strong. You've got to go rook to d8.
The rook to d8, attacking,
Exactly.
and he's going to go c6. I did wonder whether he was going to go queen takes f7, but c6,
So the
clinical.
problem is that the bishop is hanging. So the bishop, you can't take on c6 because of rook takes b4.
Rook c1,
Rook
attacking the
C1.
queen.
Queen
Queen
takes
takes a2. Be
Threatening
careful.
mate.
Queen takes h2 is on the horizon.
Alert. Yeah, and you saw it, of course.
These guys are good.
They're very good. Queen e6.
Okay.
And now I'm thinking queen takes f7. It's a good pawn. Queen f5 is a good.
Queen takes f7.
Okay. Queen f5 was also good just to keep. Oh, he's doing it so. Wei Yi is playing boss chess. I'm very, very impressed.
And Erigaisi, 17 seconds. His position is hopeless, but he is trying to find that miracle. Queen retreats to e6.
Queen f5.
Queen f5.
Too strong.
Once the queens come off the board, it is absolutely hopeless for Erigaisi. And 7 seconds. Okay, the queens are off the board, Yasser.
It's over.
It's over.
It's definitely over.
And c7, and now a bishop falls. But the d pawn is still very much alive.
And that makes things even that much worse. Rook to d5. Always remember, rooks belong behind passed pawns.
He plays bishop c5.
Okay.
You know, you have full control over the pawn on b3. You can just drop this rook on f5, drop it back to f1. So you can just simply go bishop to e7 with good conscience.
With effect.
Yeah. Okay, so he goes rook f2. Stopping that pawn in its tracks. And 4 seconds for Erigaisi, so he covers the e7 square, but Wei Yi, relentless.
Yes, he is.
Bishop b6, or is he perhaps going to try to control those two pawns?
He's worried about rook takes d7, so he hesitated with good reason.
Ah, no, but this one is going to clinch it.
Yes, it certainly does. And we can force the trade of rooks too.
And again, to update you, Praggnanandhaa has beaten Gukesh.
Prague won against Gukesh. Wow, a very, very big result. And this is a very, very nice move too. Forces the trade of rooks.
Oh, you just go rook to e7.
Yes. And you control everything.
Put that pattern in your memory banks.
Yes. And bring your king to the queen side. No?
That's it.
Enough.
Rook b4, one of the pawns before.
Bravo,
and
Wei
Yi.
Bravo. And all the games are done, and our tournament leader continues to impress, defeating a man who had won 4 games in a row, Arjun, and he did it convincingly, in style. Over to you, Nasi. What was the action?
Right, so we had an interesting game between Duda and Magnus Carlsen, which fizzled out into an opposite color bishop endgame draw. But I just wanted to show you how that happened. It was 4 knights opening that transposed into the Scotch. And then we had this forcing moves that began from here. Knight takes d5, queen b2, rook b1. By the way, I will mention that players who were playing super fast. They were just blitzing out because this was all prep, even though we are deep in the middle game. And here f4 is forcing the queen trade, bishop d1, and I think black needs to know exact moves to equalize, but Magnus knew this opening very well, it seemed. Bishop b6, even though Engine puts a question mark on it, that's not really accurate. The reason is that it's forced endgame, opposite color bishops and rooks. Yes, white has slight advantage because of the active rook on the 7th rank, but it's not enough to convert it into a win. So Duda kept playing for a while, but I'll show you just the last position. Eventually ended in an opposite colored bishop draw endgame. Even though black is up a pawn, there is no way to break through. A lot more interesting game happened between Gukesh and Prague. These two Indian grandmasters, they're both friends and rivals. And this game was so complex. I have so many mistakes and so many blunders. I could analyze this game all day, but I'll do my best to show you the key moments. Yes, started from here, you can see 92 question mark. How do you like this? On every move there was question mark and bad moves, because not because the players are playing badly, but this position is just so complex, impossible to understand what to do with 2 minutes on the clock. So eventually some pieces got traded, position opened up a little bit, and then again mistakes began. 98 bad move, bishop c8 bad move. Just a lot of mistakes everywhere, but very hard to understand. what was the reason why they were making so many mistakes. After rook e1, knight e7, knight e3. This was the key mistake. I think after this, Pragg took over the game. He could have played immediately c3, forcing the bishop to go in the corner, and absolutely devastating position. He started with queen c6, threatening checkmate in 1, f3, then c3, bishop c1. And even here, a little confused why he didn't just pick up a free pawn and improve his bishop. He played knight c7. But again, at this point, players were down to 10 seconds, so they were just playing with 2-second increment.
Gotcha.
So just making quick moves. Yes, like I said, this game can and should be analyzed all day. But I'll show you the last moments how, even here, we're on move 38. Engine says white is slightly better or equal, but king g1, very bad move, bishop e5, and finally, two bishops will actually show their strength. Queen b7, position opened up, but that was in black's favor. And I'm not sure why game ended here, if Gukesh lost on time or he just resigned. Right. He might have just resigned because, as you can see, the battery on this diagonal is too strong. But absolutely insane game between Gukesh and Pragg.
Confounding, as you'd expect, by the way.
Yes. Let's go to Poland to hear analysis about the other two games from Cristian and Anastasiya.
Guys, that game between Wei Yi and Arjun was so important because despite the fact that Wei Yi was leading the tournament, Arjun was dominating the day. He was scoring 4.5 out of 5 up to that point, so definitely a big clash. But Wei Yi today, he's just simply unstoppable. Anastasiya, what game were you watching?
I was actually watching one quite solid game, finally, without so many blunders. The game between Anish, Giri and Vincent, Keymer. At this moment, I mean, there were many exchanges in the center, and we came to this position where Anish played move f4, and computer doesn't like it that much, perhaps because he's given up some squares in the center, e4, and this pawn on f4 can be weak at certain point after white played this very good move g4, stopping all the hopes of black on the king side. And then, I mean, still, the game continued, and I think there was only one, basically, really good moment for Keymer to play for victory. He could have tried to play a move queen e2 and allowing black to take on a2 and then rook e8 with the idea queen e6, so you have to play g6 to stop checkmates. Yes, reds. But white can continue. It's a forced line, actually, which can lead to the better position. You take on b7, you actually, then your knight comes to e4. You have some threats on the king side. So this was the only moment when Vincent could do better. After that, he played the other move, knight c4, same story, but you see the pieces are not that active compared to the previous line. So they just played a few moves and later on exchanged a few pieces and agreed for a draw with repetition, you know, not here, queen f3, king g8. What you were checking, Cristian?
I was checking another interesting game, and that was the one between Abdusattorov and Shevchenko, two players that are struggling a bit in
They're
this
struggling,
event.
but they're playing also very creative
So
chess.
exciting,
Yes?
so exciting chess. And take a look at this game. This was no different, because at this moment the position was quite complex, but white has the slight advantage because I have ideas of maybe e5 breaking the center. I have more space in the center as well, given by the two pawns on e4 and d4. Bishop to a6, h4, I really like this idea, h4, h5, try to weaken black's position on the king side as well. Rook to b8, rook to c1, don't exchange pieces. I really like what Nodirbek is doing in this one. Knight to f4, knight to f6. Take, and now e5.
Yeah, finally.
Timed it perfectly, to perfection, this move e5, because this knight on f6 is now under attack. The bishop on g2 is going to open up and create havoc on that diagonal. Take, rook to d8, and take a look at this. Queen takes b7. Really? I like it. Look, the engine doesn't like this move, but I really like it, just because of the practical side of it.
It's hard to play unbalanced position, right, in blitz.
What would you take in this position, the bishop on g7 or the pawn on e7?
Normally the bishop.
Exactly.
But this was not the case, probably.
It was not the case. From a practical perspective, I think he made the right decision to take the pawn on e7, because that pawn is worth so much more than a piece, potentially so much more than a piece. Knight to d5, bishop to f4, c4. Again, despite the fact that the engine is saying black is better, I don't believe it. Especially not in a game where you have less than a minute on your clock. Bishop to e3.
Too many pieces. Yes, white has more pieces.
Too many pieces. You make a move such as queen to a6, very natural move, and you're lost. Knight to b4, and then take rook to d8, and he had to resign because the pawn on e7 is going to become a queen.
Yes,
just
bishop
beautiful.
d5 is coming if king f7.
Oh,
yes, you don't have a move. Yes, look at this.
That's really nice. First of all, you have to go queen to e6,
yes,
not to be checkmated, right?
Yes, exactly.
Just a beautiful game by Nodirbek, but I have to say, all of the games are fantastic in this event. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian. You can see they were really enjoying that one. That was a really nice one. Tell us our standings, by the way.
Absolutely.
Bring us up to date.
It's been a day full of adventure, and Wei Yi is extending his lead, sitting there on 17.5 points, 2.5 points ahead of world number 1 and reigning Blitz champion Magnus Carlsen, who's on 15 points. Praggnanandhaa is now moving up to 14 points, and Arjun Erigaisi is still on 12.5 points.
And the pairings for this round 7 that's coming up, I'm sure they're good. They're going to be good.
They're always going to be good.
I know.
Magnus Carlsen takes on World Championship challenger Gukesh.
That's got to be our marquee matchup.
Yes.
Maybe it's not for first place, but it's always nice when number 1 plays the challenger.
Definitely. Anish Giri will play Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Arjun Erigaisi, we'll see whether he can bounce back from that loss. Well, here's the white pieces against Vincent Keymer. Kirill Shevchenko plays white against Wei Yi, and Praggnanandhaa has the white pieces against Nodirbek and Abdusattorov.
If Kirill and Wei Yi, I want to say that will be our backup game if something happens and there's an earlier draw going on between Magnus and Gukesh. We're going to have a very special guest making the opening first move in this round. Guesses? Guesses?
I already know. I can guess, but I already know the answer.
Oh,
Let's
you
see
know
if
the
everyone
get
at
out of
home
here.
can guess. You've got a few minutes.
Right. We're at this point in the tournament that it's kind of nice to take a look and see what the probabilities of the players are. This is the graphic before the Blitz play of today. We had 20% only for Magnus Carlsen. I would have thought it'd be much more.
Right, but look at this now. Look at how everything has changed. What? This was the win probability after day 3.
After day 3. So that must have been, wow.
Of winning.
But the crazy part, Wei Yi,
just 7.4. And
wow.
Gukesh 0.1. Keymer, they've already dismissed. Poor Keymer.
Oh.
These stats are ruthless.
That's rough. But I'll be very curious about that win probability after day 4. We see, I mean, there's still 3 rounds. We'll see if Wei Yi can keep his momentum and his drive. It's been extraordinary to watch. Wei Yi's played really, really well, and he got that lucky break against Magnus. He saved what we think was a lost position. It was a lost position.
Yes,
but, yeah, it was. Whew.
It looks like Wei Yi is running away with the tournament.
Yeah,
but
2.5 points.
So many games.
Right?
Yeah.
9 tomorrow.
Games tomorrow, and we have
3
left.
Yeah, we got
today.
round 7 coming up.
Still, things can change.
Exactly,
Easily.
and we've seen players, they run out of steam, they run out of momentum, they lose one game and they can't quite adapt. We don't have too much time between the breaks as well.
What are these players playing for?
They are playing for
pride,
honor, their
glory.
country, glory, everything you can think of. Also, money. First place nets $40,000. Second place $30,000, and third place $25,000. There's a lot of good money. Even for 10th place, $7,000.
Thank you, Superbet, for your sponsorship and support. You're right, 10th place in this tournament. First of all, it's just so nice to play on stage in front of everybody, but to be well compensated as well. Very, very nice, as we're just waiting for the opening ceremonial first move and getting things for round 7. And
yes, and the ceremonial first move is going to be made by one very special guest.
Exactly.
Still have time to guess who it is.
Right.
Should we give some hints? Born on 13th of April.
That's a good hint.
That's a good hint, yeah.
I would have not guessed by that.
You're right. He was always priding himself. He said number 13 was his lucky number.
I see.
Yeah, 13th world champion, 13th.
Oh wow!
April
Okay.
13th, and had this great banter why the number 13 was so good. And of course, we are talking about Gary Kasparov. As we hope that for this upcoming round, we had already between ourselves getting ready to do the carving for Magnus and Gukesh, but it might be, we don't know, it might be that Gary wants to join Cristian and do some commentary live as we get ready for this round 7. Pairings, reminder.
Exactly. Our marquee matchup is going to be world number 1, Blitz world champion Magnus Carlsen against the world championship challenger Gukesh. Think about it, this time next year, Gukesh might be the new world champion. And Anish, Giri against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Arjun Erigaisi. Can he bounce back as he has the white pieces against Vincent, Keymer? Kirill Shevchenko plays tournament leader Wei Yi. Praggnanandhaa takes on Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
I didn't realize till I saw it right there that actually Gukesh was languishing in a tie for 9th place. That is really quite a stunner. I didn't imagine that he would be doing that bad, as we see Anish Giri just adjusting everything, getting himself into that frame of mind, which is so critical.
And here comes just 17 years old Gukesh.
Very mature 17-year-old, right?
Let's not forget, he must be so tired because he's coming right from the candidates to this event.
Yeah. No, after when I played in the candidates, I needed, forget about it. 2
3 months of just sleeping.
Yeah, exactly. And just, no chess whatsoever. But I wanted to say, at 17 years old, he strikes me as somebody who really handles his media demands, I want to say, rather well.
Well, he's surrounded by an excellent team. His father usually travels with him. And his second is Gregor Gajewski, who, as we know, did work with Vichy Anand. And
for many, many years.
There's our tournament leader, Wei Yi, facing Kirill Shevchenko. Wei Yi playing some incredible chess. A lot of resourcefulness as well. And there we do see the 13th world champion, man of the hour, Gary Kasparov, getting ready to make the ceremonial first move.
Executive Director Michael Kordakovsky behind them. I think they both went to the same tie shop. What do you think? The 2 yellow ties. Magnus on his way in. Hard to make the opening first move when Magnus isn't there at the board, right?
And what move do you think Gary will choose?
E4, best by test.
He's consulting Magnus.
Is it as shocking for you as this for me that A4 and Rook A3 has become a thing? I mean,
I
what?
had someone play they did A5, Rook A6 against me.
No.
Yeah, and the first time I saw it, I was like, come on. And I did not win, Yasser.
How frustrating. That's the worst.
And handshake there from Gary to Gukesh. Maybe we're going to see A3. Maybe we'll see something strange like A3, C3.
By Magnus, really?
Magnus really likes to experiment. Maybe we even see F4.
Now remember, in their rapid game, Magnus was white and wait a minute. It was Magnus was black and had made that wonderful sacrifice of the exchange, and he had the 2 bishops, but he let Gukesh off the hook. Will he be thinking about that first game and how he let him escape?
Well, no unconventional move. But
Knight
F3.
F3
played.
Solid. And the knight is still on F3. I don't think the clocks have been started yet.
Yep. The bell has sounded.
And he keeps the knight on F3.
It does.
Knight F3.
D5 played, G3. Now this one is a
C6.
Knight C6, D4.
According to Nimzovich, knight C6, ? D4 black is worse.
Are you quoting Nimzovich?
Yeah. And I just thought it's so hilarious because Black has actually made, 2 incredibly reasonable moves. And then he's just like, worse.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
And,
Knight H4. Now that's inspired.
Bishop comes out to G4.
Bishop to G4.
And
I
now?
assume you want to play H3.
Will you start
Nope.
questioning that bishop? No.
No.
E6, okay, but it has to be.
Why did we put our knight on H4? That was a question that Gukesh also asks. Don't you just lose a tempo?
Right, this is my understanding. If you let the light square bishop out,
yes,
you've got to harass it. So H3.
He's done it. He's done
And now the
H3.
knight comes back.
But that's, I don't know who got the best of that, but it does seem like a waste of time. What has happened, knight H4 back to F3. C4, okay, it looks like a Catalan, except it's not because this bishop is not on C8, it's actually on H5, very, very useful. And I would say Black is actually just fine.
Knight comes to C3.
It's almost, no, not really Queen's Gambit, decline-ish. Knight E4 strikes me as a move that you'd like to play, not necessarily because you want to play F7, F5, but because you might want to play Bishop E3 and Rook E8.
Well, also,
Knight E4.
if you don't go Knight E4, I was looking at possibilities of going Knight E5
Yourself.
with the white pieces as
Fair.
well. And one of the things with having this bishop on H5 with this particular pawn structure is if you visualize like a knight coming to E5, there are ideas of going F4
And
followed by
trapping.
G4 and trapping this bishop.
Absolutely. I completely agree with that. Knight E4 on the board, and from Black's point of view, again, not necessarily playing for F7, F5, but definitely playing for Bishop F6, Rook E8, and keeping your pieces in the center of the board. Very, very good idea. And the move you mentioned, Knight E5.
And now this is the question, do you take on C3 or do you reinforce that knight with F5?
Right. Personally, I take on C3 and I take on E5, and then I play, like, I would play knight takes C3, B takes C3, take on E5, take on E5, and then follow it up with C6, so that
Well, we're going to see this on the board. It's been played.
Just as that was the prescription. And then I would quickly play F6 to avoid what you were saying.
Right. But
You
wait
want to
one
play
second.
F4 and G4 and F5 and get me. I know you.
Yes. But can I be sneaky about it?
No.
Can I go Yeah, because I wanted to go G4 first. But okay, F4,
You can
F6.
definitely, yes, as expected, F6, very, very important move. You don't want to see your bishop getting hemmed in by G4 and F5.
Yeah.
So we have F6, and Magnus is being asked a very salient question. What are you going to do? If you allow Black to capture on E5, you're not going to like the resulting pawn structure. And he's done his G4.
And now bishop to F7. I love bishop F7 controlling the E6 square, so there's no chance of white ever setting up a pawn chain on the light squares.
Exactly. Bishop G6 would have only invited F5 followed by E6. And so Magnus, very reluctantly, I want to say, it's not the type of move you really want to play as white. E5 takes F6. Bishop takes F6 for me is an automatic, but Gukesh is just thinking about a check, an in-between chain. He liked it.
I love this position for Black. I feel like white has pushed way too hard and left behind some weak squares. The pawn, sorry, there's no pawn. The square on E4 is weak. The E line in general is just very weak.
The C3 pawn is, this is a nasty move because you're essentially provoking F5 and the dark squares. You drop back with the bishop and then quickly play rook to E8. Although, by the way, was that well timed? I might have just brought my rook to E8. Maybe bishop G6 was asking a bit too much out of the position.
Okay, but I think you just have to accept that you've done what you've done.
Well,
Bishop
indeed.
goes back to F7.
And then I'll go G5.
And G5, and then...
And I start to ask some probing questions.
Right. The bishop can come back to D6.
King will probably drop back in that case. We're looking at a position where the bishop moves to f7, the pawn goes to g5, and maybe on a good day I get to play g5 and g6. And who knows, the black king could suddenly be vulnerable.
Do you think that Gukesh, he's a very aggressive player, and I suddenly saw another possibility, like the rook can slide over to e8.
You think he will sacrifice his queen?
No, the whole point is to go bishop d6.
Okay, so
you want to go rook a e8. This is an unbelievable resource. Like rook a e8.
I'll take a bishop.
And then you go bishop d6, check.
I'll move my king.
Maybe we should put this up while the players are thinking.
Sure.
Okay, bishop f7. That was way more natural.
Okay, just show us the analysis, what you had
and
in
then
mind.
Bishop
King
d6,
G1.
and now wherever you go, queen e5.
Ooh, but I do have. They're playing quickly.
Yeah, okay, let's.
Unfortunately, that sacrifice would not, I don't think, pan out. By the way, bishop went back to f7, bishop f4. We got a trade, and I think Magnus is going to be a little bit relieved. This is not a great ending for Magnus, but it's not a worse ending either. Before the move bishop g6, I think that Gukesh had to pull rook to d8, and on a good day, now you can kind of bring your king. You can go bishop to f3.
C4
maybe
is
go
coming.
for c4. Maybe you could actually get rid of your backward e-pawn. Wouldn't that be something? Yay.
That would be great news for Magnus. So white is simply doubles. Sorry,
King.
rook f4.
Keeping an eye over the d4 square, so d5, d4. And again, if I can get my king, well, to f4, my bishop to f3, I might have a little pull here for white. Are the clocks a factor?
They're nothing troubling for the time being. Gukesh has 1 minute and 45 seconds, whereas Magnus, he has a 45-second lead. He's on 2.5 minutes. And c5 is a nice move, getting ready to slide the rook over to the A line. But the rook comes up to a5 and starts eyeballing the pawn on the c5. Magnus is relentless.
I wanted to ask, was the move c7, c6 mistimed? Because the structure, black's queenside structure was really, really solid. Suddenly it feels a little porous. I'm ready to play rook takes c5. Maybe on a good day, c4. You go rook c8. I'll go c4, and I'll be asking some very unpleasant questions. That bishop is eyeballing the pawn, and b5. But let's pause our analysis and throw it to Poland.
We promised you a treat, and we have one for you. We have the 13th world champion here in the studio with us, Gary. Gary, welcome to the show. Good to see you once again. You're the mastermind behind the Grand Chess Tour, which is changing. We have so much new talent in it. Tell us a bit about that.
Look, it's great news that we have Magnus as oldest player. So I think that tells you everything. And also, Grand Chess Tour is the best illustration that the game of chess is not dead. So all these doomsayers who predicted the end of the game, machines will kill it. No, there's more interest now. More people can watch it. You know, you can just follow the game. You don't even have to wait for us to make a commentary, so you can look at the screen. And again, numbers do not lie. So they see more and more people joining. And it's a great fighting tournament. So there's so many great games. And I think it's even before I look at the chessboard, I could look at the players. I could see a little fighting spirit. That's good. That's phenomenal. And young players, they hear, and in every game you can expect something. Even blunders.
Absolutely.
We saw Magnus blundered, but again, it's part of the show. Yeah. It's a spectacle, and while it's there's a lot of disappointments. You made a bad move, but. No matter who wins at the chessboard, chess wins and the public wins. And we are chess fans. We also win.
You picked up quite a good game to make the first move for a former world
I didn't pick.
champion.
I was asked.
Somebody picked it for you.
Yes.
How special is Gukesh?
Look, I mean, it's if you are making so much progress at such early age, yeah, and also I think his big advantage is that he can manage to play just without diminished strengths under pressure. Because what we saw in the candidates, a lot of pressure, and we know Fabi
collapsed.
This
pressure,
is
unfortunately.
not first time, but this is. I think remember a game with was Swindler. This is when he just did in Moscow. When he just, did Karyakin eventually.
Yes.
Well, so there's the penultimate round. So when he was winning, just as Rook and
He was
Bishop.
in contention.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's something is just and even though they missed it, I remember I watched this is the last game, and I think you can feel that he's probably relaxed. He was absolutely winning, and then Nepo kept kicking, and somehow he still found many good moves, but just didn't see the simple win, which is, by the way, interesting here. I could see him, just trembling, everybody, you have thousands people on the internet shouting, "Oh, we need to check." just play, and he missed it. So and Gukesh survived. So just he was a bit lucky, but it's in some games. But he also missed probably win against. He lost the winning game against Alireza. So that's why. It's happened.
It balances out.
Exactly. He's very, very balanced. He's very, very balanced. And just by the way, look at this game.
Let's look at this game. Yeah. What's happening in this one? Both players under 1 minute 37 seconds for Magnus, 14 for Gukesh. It's usually a Magnus type of advantage, right?
Advantage? You say it's advantage?
I
There's
so.
two pass pawns. I can see. I see pass pawns.
Those are
I see pass pawns. It's interesting. So that's what happens. Magnus attacks. So this is
Rook c1, bishop to e4.
Rook c4.
Rook to c4 could be an idea. Which he played it from your mouth to his hands.
King d3. C2 check bishop d3. Yes, he wants to play. Still. Rook c5. Now the pawn is
trying
hanging.
to take on f5. King d2 maybe.
King d4. No, that doesn't sound good to me. Just something.
For white or
for black?
For
yes,
black.
No, pawns are advancing. Too dangerous.
6 seconds for Gukesh.
No, that's the.
Seems like Magnus is taking over.
King e5. 62. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Magnus did say something at the beginning of this show. He says, I need to beat them while I can still do it,
Yep.
Congratulations, Magnus. Just an incredible game.
No, when Magnus plays, with his hand, he's unbeatable. So because he always finds the right square for the right piece. So that's no doubts about it. I think he plays very quickly, and this is all great moves. This is king center and bishop on e4. So yes,
This is the last game that we just had our eyes on, Arjun versus Vincent. It seems to have been a draw, but I do want to ask you about one player in particular, the leader of the tournament, Wei Yi.
How did he play?
He won.
He won again.
Yes.
Beat who was
Kirill Shevchenko.
Yes.
Kirill Shevchenko. Yes.
Yeah.
Just an incredible, balanced player. He's just not making a lot of mistakes.
No. This is what was very impressive is how he survived against Magnus. Survived against Magnus in this kind of a game. Again, he finds all the best chances. So again, very, very impressive. Very. Somehow, he I wasn't disappeared, but he just, he was a rising star, and then I don't know. I didn't see much of him.
He took a break. Yeah.
Yes, he took a break, and now very, very balanced, and performance rapid and in blitz.
Do you feel like he's almost a successor to Ding right now, coming from China?
It looks so. Ding is not doing much these days, so a lot of people believe that he will lose poorly against Gukesh. I don't think so. I think it will be much more competitive than most people think. But clearly, again, this Ding, you can hardly imagine Ding being a future of Chinese chess. While I think it's the way he plays here is extremely impressive. So, by the way, what's happening in this game?
Let's take a look, in fact.
Yeah.
So it did look that Kirill was doing quite well
Yeah, just because when we left, it was okay.
Yes, bishop
No,
d3.
he lost the
Now,
pawn.
Lost the pawn.
A lost position, but then his pawn went on d7.
Yes, let's see when that happens.
So how will that
D6.
happen?
d7, okay.
I could see pawn was on d7.
Now it's looking good, b6.
Oh, yes, okay, this is the moment, yes. h5. Could he play here rook d6?
Let's see. Maybe
Ah,
not
no.
because of g4 first.
Ah,
check.
g4 check. Ah, yes, sorry, this check. I just forgot about this. Because otherwise, queen g5 were winning, yes, so that's why, yes.
But it seems like g4 is
G4, yes, maybe G4 first.
Maybe it's the
G4
best
first,
one,
yes.
yeah.
And after H4, then if H4, then rook D6.
Now rook D6. Beautiful. Yes.
You know, so this is just subsequence there. So this,
And
yes.
if you take, let's just show
with
everybody.
F6 and then F6, and that's
F6
it.
just finishes the game. Beautiful.
So so it's still, but as a pawn on D7, you can't do bad. And he missed it. So there's just G4, of course, yeah. That's.
How do you train that intuition? You just seeing this whole pattern. We know that Gukesh is nowadays mostly a classical player. He enjoys playing classical chess. He's struggling in Rapid and Blitz. How do you develop that intuition?
I don't know. It's certain things that are beyond my ability to explain. So just sometimes I know it's the right square. So some players have absolutely unique intuition. For instance, Magnus, I think there's Karpov. You have Capablanca, just Smyslov. Sometimes probably Kramnik, but it's less. Some players just say they're absolutely intuitive players. This is the right piece, this is the right square. So my intuition is different kind. So it's not about right square. It's more about just conceptual. So here I can sacrifice something. I just can make things more dynamic. But I don't know. I'm struggling to actually find a simple explanation why I know that's the right square to go.
And again, I want to come back to my initial question. We have so much new talent. We have Gukesh as a full tour participant, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov as well. How do you see the Grand Chess Tour playing out this year?
I think it's very important. We are around for quite a while now, and we are seeing now the change, generational change. So we began with events where Magnus was the youngest. Yes. Now we gradually move to the moment where he's the oldest. So I think it's great. And also we can see that it's quite a change in geography. Mm-hmm. So the chess moved to Asia. Huh? So this is, I'm not here to explain. Just it's in some scientific terms, but also when you look at American chess, the top players are American Chinese or American Indians. Mm-hmm. So it's probably somehow it probably reflects the global changes as well. So, but what's important, chess is moving along with overall progress.
Gary, always a pleasure to have you in the studio. Go enjoy the games.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Gary. Guys, back.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Gary, for sharing your thoughts. Generational change indeed, as we were witnessing Magnus Carlsen, the oldest player on tour. Like, what? Are you kidding me? And we've got the standings as we just completed our round 7. And Wei Yi is been outstanding.
Absolutely, 2.5 point lead over Magnus Carlsen. And Praggnanandhaa remains in 3rd place with 14.5 points. Arjun Erigaisi, well, his winning streak has calmed down somewhat, and he's on 13 points, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda is on 12.
Still impressive in 4th position. Tell us about the pairings for this, the penultimate. It went fast, didn't it?
It did.
Round 8.
Well,
coming
Gukesh,
up.
we just saw him lose to Magnus Carlsen. Now he plays Nodirbek, Abdusattorov.
Right.
Wei Yi will have the white pieces against Praggnanandhaa. That has to be our marquee matchup.
Indeed. Number 1 versus number 3 in the tournament. Yep.
Vincent Keymer plays Kirill Shevchenko. Jan-Krzysztof Duda will meet Arjun Erigaisi. And for Magnus Carlsen, he has the white pieces against Anish Giri.
To see Anish in 8th position, and you had some highlights for us.
Yes, I do. So Wei Yi won another game and extended his lead even more. So of course, we can say he's been playing fantastic chess. But in some games, when he doesn't play good chess, he has luck on his side. In this game, for example, against Kirill, We already saw some moments in this game, but this particularly stood out to me after G4, 2 question marks. White has this somewhat of a simple win. Queen F4, we're just attacking the rook. Where would we move it? Rook D8?
Rook D8,
of
what
course.
else?
And after Rook D6, now
Oh,
what
dear.
do we do?
Queen H6 check is very unpleasant.
Queen H6 is coming, F6 is coming.
Oh,
My
dear.
computer's suggestion is just take on D7 and
Give up the queen? It's that bad.
It's that bad. So evaluation in this moment was +5, so Kirill had a chance to take down the tournament leader. He played bishop A4, bad move after rook D8. Immediately already black is out of the danger. Of course, white still has a decent position and could still play for a win, but the danger is already gone. And here we had a couple of moves in time trouble that made sense, just shuffle in pieces. And after queen e5, I think Kirill here should have taken and just tried to play for a draw here.
Right.
Yes, he's down 1 pawn, but we
Right.
have opposite color bishop, so of course
Pawn on
this
D7. So
shouldn't be
strong.
hard to draw at all. But I guess he was still playing for a win. Hard to change your mindset when you think you're winning. Queen d3, bad move, and here another really bad move, f6. He must have miscalculated something here. Maybe he was hoping for queen takes f6, protecting this pawn, and then you can maybe come back, rook f1. Even this looks really bad. So
Right.
I really can't explain move f6. It could have been just a panic move. As you can see, he only had 3 seconds on the clock, so
Panic.
panic move, absolutely. And this was the moment when Wei Yi just took over the game, queen f6, and in a couple of moves, Kirill ended up resigning because even though it's opposite color bishops, Wei Yi just has too many extra pawns, 3 extra pawns on both sides, so he had no chance to save this anymore. It's a very lucky game for the tournament leader.
To win a tournament like the Grand Chess Tour, sometimes you just need luck, and if it comes in excessively so much the better.
Yeah.
Question for you, Jovi. In case of playoff, because I've been wanting to ask this, what is the playoff tiebreaker?
Well, let's find out.
Okay, you're prepared, are you?
Yes, I am, because if 2 players are tied, it first will be decided by a rapid double round robin at a time control of 8 minutes plus 3 seconds per move. But if there are 3 or more players tied, then it's going to be a blitz round robin at a shorter time control of 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. And if everything is still tied, nothing can separate the players, it's going to be my favorite Armageddon.
Knockout?
On a knockout.
I mean, that's going to be very unlikely, though. When I look at the standings, the only 2 players I can really believe that might tie for it would be Magnus and Wei Yi. And at this moment, Wei Yi will have to wobble.
Yes, but remember, it's blitz. There are
Yeah.
an awful lot of games ahead. So we're now going to see 2 more rounds. And tomorrow there's going to be 9 extra rounds of chess. Anything can happen. Something
course.
can have put together a winning streak and find themselves surging up the standings.
And of course, the whole point of the double round robin is that you get to mix the colors. So it'll be the same pairings as today, the same order that the players have played. They'll just swap sides.
So everyone will have a chance to get revenge.
Oh, look at this.
I'm really offended by you
Well-
guys. Nobody picked Wei Yi. I mean, and you
No.
call yourselves professionals. Shame on you.
We all regret it.
But okay, in fairness, we have chosen players who are doing
we have
relatively
chosen well. Yes.
well.
Yes, I feel so. But truly a remarkable performance thus far by Wei Yi. And we really have to say, that draw that he got away with against Magnus, that put the wind in the sails. And what you just showed us now, Nasi.
That's a miracle.
Yeah, I think
That was I was saying 2 miracles. My goodness.
in the rapid section, he absolutely dominated. He had the 5 games that he won in a row.
Speaks for itself.
But today, he definitely has luck on his side.
True.
But in Blitz, you do need luck because it's so random when you have only 3 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
And there we see Wei Yi in action.
Has he just had back-to-back wins?
Yes.
Well, I mean, we've been seeing the streaks, the 3-0
Yeah, so
streak.
he's going for his hat trick. So if he wins this one, it's won 3 in a row.
And Arjun had made 4 in a row
Yes.
today.
promptly stopped.
And then promptly stopped. That's it. Promptly stopped. Nicely put. And our marquee game will be the game between Wei Yi and Pragg. Now, tell me a little bit about Pragg's successes or failures so far in today's Blitz. How has he done overall? I mean, Pragg.
Well, he's in third place.
Yes, which been very impressive.
He started day one. And,
Yeah.
he started this day on third place. And there we see Pragg in action. He's a very good player. I think he's had a relatively good start to
He
the
beat
Blitz
Magnus
portion.
Carlsen
He beat
today.
Magnus.
Hey, look, I don't care how he does for the rest of the day. What you say, how did you do? I beat Magnus. That's all you need to say.
Good enough.
Good enough. Very nice. Very impressive young man.
He's actually being supported by his sister, Vaishali, who is another very strong grandmaster.
Now,
So
that's...
she's in Poland with him, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that's not something you can always say, who's your coach, trainer? Oh, I brought my sister. Wow.
Judy could say it.
Yeah, Judith could say it. I remember when Magnus would also travel with his family, and it's just great to have that kind of family support as we await our penultimate round of today, round 8. We're playing again 9 games today, 9 tomorrow, and we have just been fated and treated to some great chess, great sacrifices, and this is the round coming up.
Yep, let's remind ourselves of the pairings. Gukesh has the white pieces against Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. Wei Yi plays against Praggnanandhaa. That is going to be our marquee matchup. We'll be focusing on that game. Vincent Keymer has the white pieces against Kirill Shevchenko. Jan-Krzysztof Duda plays Arjun Erigaisi. Magnus Carlsen plays Anish Giri. So that will be our backup game.
Exactly. And Anish there with 10. It is such a struggle to see Anish. I've seen him, well, again, he plays in the candidates undefeated. You don't really see him losing so many games, and it's not been a good event for him so far, as we see Gukesh at the board. He's not going to be pleased with this game that he just played against Magnus, because I think he came out of that opening with advantage. I really do. And somehow he just let things slip, and when he played the move c5, that was really egregious. Suddenly his whole queen side was weak, and he went on to lose.
These players have played so many games in the last couple of days because half of the field is playing another tournament.
Right.
They're probably losing track of how many games they've played and against whom, because they've also played each other in the other tournament.
Right. I think that's rather
It's
funny.
really impressive. They can still see the board and how the pieces move.
Well, I think it was Anish himself who said the organizers of the two events with Chess.com and the Grand Chess Tour tried to accommodate so that the players could play in both. They did, but somebody forgot to inform, who's going to take care of the health benefits as he was playing 10 hours of chess a day. There we see Wei Yi on the left, getting ready for a very important game against Pragg on the right. Wei Yi is 2.5 points ahead of Magnus. But how far behind? I know Pragg's in third.
Yeah.
Is he a point behind Magnus?
So,
Yes, okay. I think about it. Yeah. Let me join you in a coughing. And there we have it. He is actually he's actually 4 points behind Wei Yi. So what Pragg needs to do is to beat Wei Yi 4 games in a row.
Yeah.
And he'll be tied for first. So definitely he cannot lose, essentially. You're getting to the point that the prize money starts to be a real concern, and you want to be close to the pedestal.
Exactly. There's
For
a
that-
tremendous amount of money out for grabs.
Absolutely.
$40,000 for first place. And
There you go. I think, did Wei Yi just start the clock?
no,
or
I think
stop?
he just adjusted it.
Yeah, that was really kind of funny, right? Because it's the movement to start it by hitting that button right in the middle of the digital game time, the DGT clocks. And I remember when
There you go, the bell has rung.
At last,
and
they're off.
They're off. Knight f3 once more from Wei Yi.
I like knight f3, and Wei Yi put his knight facing black's king, and then quickly came knight f6, and the knight was not facing the king, it was facing the clock. And then here we go. Are we going to be seeing a King's Indian defense? E4?
Yes, we are.
Yes,
Castles,
we are.
and now what are we going to be seeing? Do you think e4? Yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. And now h3 played.
This system with knight f3, h3 has become popular. In my day, bishop e2 was like all the rage. Everybody just played bishop e2, e5, and the analyses went berserk. I mean, seriously, 20, 30 moves. It may look strange to move the knight forwards and then backwards, knight c6, followed by knight back to b8. But the idea is that you have induced the move d5. Let me just do this again, opening up the bishop. Well, that's strange. Just a second. There you go. I got to click it. That's what I did wrong. You open up the bishop diagonal, and you've got a square. You've got a very nice square for the knight on c5. So black deliberately loses a rather large amount of time in order to secure an outpost. And we have e5.
And we have e5, locking down the position.
A classical King's Indian setup.
It totally is. Black has control of the c5 square, and now that the pawn structure has been determined, Black has his eyes on preparing the breakthrough f7, f5.
Yes, that's what it's about in the King's Indian. Oftentimes, the knight jumps to h5 as well as e8. One Gary Kasparov would have a lot to say about the King's Indian situation. a2, a3, your black goes for f5, white goes for b4, as well as c5.
And rook b1 promptly played, preparing b4, as you highlighted.
Yeah, now is one of those moments where you go, can I essay a4 and sacrifice a pawn? It takes a while for you to go knight takes a4, then you got to bring your knight back. And sometimes it's worthwhile to slow white down with the sacrifice a5, a4, you take, I go knight h5, you bring your knight back, and I go for f5. So a purposeful pawn sacrifice to gain time. Easy for me to say, Prague is over there, I like my pawns.
That's
I want to
true.
do something else.
But the knight is very useful on a6 to halt the advance of the c-pawn. So maybe you can just get going. This is the big question, right? Either you're going to slow it down with a4, the pawn sacrifice you mentioned, or this move I was going to suggest, knight to h5.
And he's done it.
And he's done it. b4 coming.
We're going to get in all of those wonderful, trendy moves that you want to see in a King's Indian. b4, f5, c5.
And is white going to be going c5 immediately, or making and taking some precautions against f7, f5?
I suspect we go c5 immediately. Yes, in fact, I think c5 is simply too strong for the first player. The advantage is too big, sorry. And I rather like this cautious move by Prague. He's played the move b7, b6 to try to forestall c5. And here, can I be greedy? Can I play c5?
Yeah, let's analysis. So, of course we can.
Yep.
And now let's take... I never know whether to take once. Is it a good idea to take the a for the b pawn?
I think so.
I mean, that's
my intention
instinct as well.
Was to take, and just to take, and to take, and to take, right? You were mentioning that the knight on a6 is very useful, and I tend to agree with those types of ideas.
Well, Yasser, this is all a moot point because f5 has been played.
Well, we got bishop c2. We didn't get the move c5. We got Wei Yi played bishop to c2, intending to play the move bishop a4, f5 on the board. Now, like you say, I could play in a kind of a style where if you take, and I can put my knight on g5 and play for knight e6. I want to play queen takes h5.
Well, he's captured on f5.
He has, indeed, and we do have, this is the situation on the board.
And knight g5
looks
very
attractive.
good, eyeballing the knight on h5. Also threatening to jump in with the knight to e6.
Yeah, I'd love to try to provoke the move knight f6, right? Get the knight, and then I would really, I do, seriously, I do want to jump to e6, but I'd love to take off the light square bishops first. If I could get that swap or trade in, I'll be very pleased with myself.
So presumably after knight to g5, the key move is probably queen e8.
Yes.
Covering both diagonals.
Again, after queen e8, the move that I find attractive, because again, you've got this guy. I can jump to e6, and the problem is you can't take it twice.
Yes, but you know,
What?
we do have a move. It's not
Bishop d2.
No, knight to g5, bishop d2. This I want to ask you.
I couldn't have guessed. No.
It's a step backwards, and I've always been taught when you go backwards, I go forwards. So let's go forwards. Allez, let's go. I don't know where.
How? How do you go forward?
Okay, e4.
E4 is a good forwards-looking move.
Liberate the dark square bishop.
Well, all right.
Alrighty.
Knight g5 again. Similar as before, I've sidestepped f4 by playing bishop d2. I'll give myself credit for that, but that was an unexpected move, the move bishop to d2.
Very calm.
Very calm.
Very, very calm. Okay, what
bishop
other moves?
Bishop to d2, wow. Another move that catches my eye is to play AB. AB.
Queen e8 played.
And to play for knight to f4, he played queen e8. Wow. Okay,
This
I can't
is a
guess
nice
the
move,
moves.
though.
Is
This
it?
is, yeah, queen e8. Perhaps you're coming king 8. I was going to say king h8, and then sliding over to the g line, set up the rook and queen.
Wow. I must say, it's a very, very patient, slow way of play for both sides. I mean, I would have been, okay, here we go.
Knight d4.
That's a fancy way of getting to e6. Knight g5 had been our prescribed method.
Queen to g6.
Queen to g6.
The plan continues, knight to e6.
He finally landed on e6, but by this time,
Rook g8.
yes, I'm not required to capture on e6, and I find the move rook g8 attractive.
I find it very, very attractive. Rook g8. Leave that knight.
And a half
on
open
e6.
G file could put a smile on your face.
Yes. I want to see you defend against a checkmating attack against g2. But
Okay.
knight to e6.
Well, one thing to keep in mind, this bishop on c2 is lurking, okay? It's lurking on this diagonal. So there is a possibility after rook g8 that g2, g4 could block the g file and set up for bishop takes f5.
But it's a
By the
very
way-
brave move to play. Taking a look at the clock times, did you
That's
see?
what I mean.
Praggnanandhaa.
Tell me
now
about the clock times.
42 seconds, ticking down. Wei
I thought it was a
Yi.
minute 40, sorry.
Yeah, Wei Yi is the one with 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Thank you for correcting me. Okay, so a minute, oh, that's a huge advantage at this.
Okay, he lifts his rook up to f6, and you
Guess what?
called it
G4.
g4 on the board. Okay,
Whoa, 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 whoa. Things are getting very... Well, there's no real threat by white. You've played the
No.
move g4. Oh, look at...
Look
oh,
at this, Yasser. He just
was ready.
sacrificed his knight, and that's
Yes.
been given a brilliancy. Bishop takes. Wow.
Wei Yi is playing boss chess suddenly.
13 seconds for Praggnanandhaa.
Oh my gosh.
And he's in trouble.
His position just collapsed like in a heap.
queen has to move, steps back
There's
to
h7.
F8.
Knight takes h7 on the agenda.
And he's done it.
Yummy. Give me that one.
And gonna grab that pawn. Sorry, grab the rook.
Grab the knight.
Grab the knight. Grab
Grab
the
the
rook.
rook.
Which
grab
one?
it all. Grab something. What is the most desirous?
Grab the knight. So 6 seconds for Praggnanandhaa. And
minute?
Wei Yi, fantastic calculator.
He's reached
around
for
1
this
minute
pawn.
and 20 seconds on the clock.
Does he have g4, g5? g4, g5, threatening queen takes h5, but also threatening the rook on f6.
Right.
So g4 takes
Maybe.
h5 is a good move, but g4, g5 might be better. Sorry, you were about to tell me.
G5 looks
Suddenly
very
good,
strong.
right?
Excellent.
Ooh,
Okay, he takes the knight.
And
Bishop
instantly.
takes h3. Well, now there's a threat of the black bishop.
Take the rook.
Take the rook. Again,
Bishop g6
Bishop g6.
stops the
Everything's
discovered
blocked.
check.
5 seconds for Praggnanandhaa. He has to create
wonderful
chaos.
move.
Beautiful move there
Rook.
from Wei Yi.
Rook
the rook
d3.
is going to slide over to g3.
Defends
It's on
everything.
the board.
That's
3
winning.
seconds,
It's winning now. It's completely winning for Prague.
and that's it.
For Wei Yi.
And then we see after that check, Queen A1, Praggnanandhaa resigns, and
Wow.
Wei Yi in superb form.
Oh,
What
those
a
last
display of aggression there.
Yeah, those last 8 moves were picture perfect, and we have a game between Magnus and Anish. Let's turn quickly to that game. I'll bring it up on my Magnus. Oh, this looks excellent for white. Magnus is just in charge.
He's a pawn up. Better minor piece.
And great king. I was about
Great.
to say king to d3 to c4 was on Magnus's agenda. And I think Anish is kind of just playing it out here at this moment. Take it. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not in time to bring my king over. I apologize. So rook to d2
Rook
first.
D2, keep control.
Yeah, that's a very, very strong move.
And
Rook to a8. And again, I want to take it and put my rook on d5.
and let the white king
That was what I was thinking. Yeah,
mind the b pawn.
yeah, to mind. That's right.
And, well, it looks like Arjun is back to his winning ways as he defeats Jan-Krzysztof Duda. So that's
And
actually
By the
perhaps
way,
an
this is a
impact on the stand.
brilliant trap that Anish just fell into, and he's resigned the game. I love that setup. Look what Magnus did. Magnus. Oh, sorry. We're going to switch over to the game between Gukesh and Nodirbek, as we've got rook, 2 extra pawns for.
Yeah, but the players, they're playing on seconds.
Seconds. Oops. Some very, very nervous play there by Nodirbek.
And I was kind of expecting the knight to come back to d3. And Vincent Keymer has just checkmated Kirill Shevchenko. So much needed victory for Kirill there. Knight to h3. Be careful with where you put the king.
Yes, I was about to say king h6 exclamation mark. Other moves could get yourself into a lot of trouble. Check, push, or bishop d5. No, neither.
Neither. Yeah. Knight is well placed there on f2.
Yeah, but those 2 extra pawns should easily. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Rook takes f5, rook takes h3, check. Followed by bishop e6. That would have been a winner.
Knight check. And that's it. The rook cannot give a check to the king. And, well, Gukesh loses on time, but it is game over. And Abdusattorov wins.
Wow.
Again,
Very, very
Another
impressive.
decisive round.
Yes, no draws. I just wanted to say before I turn the highlights over to Nasi, there was this really cute moment in the end of the Magnus Carlsen versus Anish Giri game. Anish had just played the move rook a8 and was hoping that after bishop takes, pawn takes, rook to d5, he'd get himself into some kind of a rook ending. Magnus made a gesture like, oh, since I can't defend the pawn, let me at least trade it off. I'll go rook. You take the pawn, I'll take the pawn, and we'll see how it goes. So Anish quickly captured the pawn, and then suddenly came check.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't go for, and Anish suddenly realized that no, he's going to get checkmated on h8 and won the game. But it was like one of those, oh, I'm going to lose my pawn, you take it. And got this checkmate. Pretty impressive stuff. Highlights, Nasi. Again, a very eventful round.
Indeed. I have just one game for you, since you covered Carlsen's game as well.
Sure.
So in the game Duda against Arjun ended up winning another game. But we had this very interesting end game where computer says it's even if Duda takes on d7 here and then just starts pushing the pawn. So it's a crazy pawn race. Impossible to calculate during the game.
Of course.
3 results. But engine just says that it's even if we just keep pushing pawns and then at the right moment play rook g3, on e4 play rook g4. So a very delicate endgame.
Quite the dance, yeah.
So Duda played instead rook b6, and after that Arjun managed to push his pawns much faster than White managed to do so. And I'll just want to show you the final moments. After a couple of moves, there's a beautiful finish here with this move bishop d1. Mm-hmm. Very nice tactic. Yes, if you take, I just promote. So Duda played a6, queen, a7, so close yet so far. Queen f3, and here Duda resigned. So let's go to Poland to see analysis from Cristian and Anastasiya.
This one is turning into an absolutely brilliant race between the two players, Wei and Magnus Carlsen. But Anastasiya, a lot of other interesting games as well. Tell us what you were looking at.
Every game is interesting here in this tournament, and this one was not an exception. Vincent Keymer was playing against Kirill Shevchenko, and we know when we see the games of Kirill, anything can happen. It goes up and down, and this was not an exception. It started all in this modern Benoni opening with bishop g4.
Everybody's trying to play the Benoni against Vincent. After Magnus won 2 games in the Benoni against Vincent, now everybody's trying to play it against
this was maybe a mistake because it didn't go well. Actually, it was going well until a certain point. Here, White had chance to play immediately bishop b5 with some big advantage according to the computer, but it didn't happen in the game. After queen c2, they got kind of normal position, but look, Black immediately managed to play b5, which is a good sign for Black, right? Yeah. But later on, Vincent managed to promote e5 at a certain point at the right moment. His position looks really, really good, but he slowed down later and gave a chance to Kirill to get actually better position. But you know, with these structures, you don't understand always where you have to go, and you really need time to realize all these things, which you don't have. It's a blitz. So what happened after? Obviously, Kirill lost the track, and at a certain point after this moment, I guess White just started to play very powerful chess, and Keymer from this moment just simply destroyed his opponent. Look, all the pieces came to the king's side, and later on after knight e6, position became worse, and after that he never gave any chance to his opponent. What about you, Cristian?
Dominating piece. Well, I was looking at that game that you guys caught a glimpse of, the final few moments, the one between Gukesh and Abdusattorov. Take a look at what happened in that one, because Gukesh was completely winning out of the opening. Take a look at this. By the way, Nodirbek was definitely looking for a fight in this one. He played a modern. He really instigated a fight in this one. And after queen to a5, he said, okay, you want to take the piece? Take the piece. You're going to be a piece up. And that's exactly what Gukesh did. He took the piece, allowed queen takes a2. But I'm not getting checkmated. You know, I'm going to play c4. I have this c2 square for my king. I have the bishop potentially coming back to b1. I'm safe with White. But unfortunately for Gukesh, he allowed, slowly but surely, he allowed Nodirbek back into the game. Not at this point. At this point, Gukesh was fully in control. But slowly he gave up another pawn, and I think this was the crucial mistake. He didn't have to do that.
Yeah, rook
he
c3,
could have just played rook to c7, rook to c5. There's no reason to give up the e3 pawn in the position. He wanted to simplify the position. With rook to c3, wanted to exchange more pieces. This is very natural, a very natural tendency, especially in blitz situations, but it was not the right approach. Take, take, and now still white has the advantage. Knight to e6, rook takes a6. It feels like the position is simplified too much, though, unfortunately. No more pawns on the queen side, and all I have to do as black, it's exchange
one pawn.
the last pawn,
Yes,
the pawn on
exactly,
g3. And at this point, he played this move, knight to e2, already giving a slight pressure to black. Bishop to b5, he had to find the very crucial move, knight to d8. He did not. If you, for example, play the move knight to d8 first, then after king to e7 or king to e8, I just simply defend
this knight with
my knight on
rook,
d8
yes.
with rook to a8. Unfortunately, rook to b6, take on e2, and now
and he missed rook e4.
rook to e4, check.
Oh,
so now you're
it's
just simply
painful,
losing
yes, it's
a
painful.
piece, knight to d8, king to e8. I continue keeping contact with the knight on d8. If you take on e2, I take on d8, 2 pawns up. A disaster
Really
for
disaster.
Gukesh.
He had so winning position.
Winning, but
Unbelievable.
also simple, right?
Yes.
This end game, not a lot of pieces on the board. Gukesh just simply is not finding himself in this tournament up to this point, but still so many games left. Final round coming up. We're going to go on a short commercial break and we'll be back shortly.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Gary Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Gary Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, and it's the final round of day 1 of the Blitz in the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. And
we're in the final game, but tell us our standings with 1 game to play today.
Let's take a look. 1 game left to play. Wei Yi is at the top with 19.5 points. Magnus Carlsen on 17. So Wei Yi sitting on quite the advantage. Praggnanandhaa, his loss means he's still in 3rd place, but just by a whisker, 14.5 points, because Arjun Erigaisi is right there, snapping at his heels with 14 points.
Round 9, tell us the pairings, our ultimate round for today.
Anish, Giri will play Gukesh. Arjun Erigaisi will play Magnus Carlsen. That is absolutely huge, because Arjun Erigaisi, the wind is in his sails, and he wants to get up there to 3rd place. Kirill Shevchenko plays Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Praggnanandhaa plays Vincent Keymer, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov plays our tournament leader, Wei Yi.
We're going to respect the tournament leader, and we're going to make Wei Yi's game our marquee matchup, but we are definitely keeping Arjun and Magnus as a backup game plan. And we have 1 more day of Blitz for this Grand Chess Tour.
We do, because tomorrow, day 2 of Blitz, means that we're going to see 9 games of Blitz. The players will be playing 5 minutes plus 2-second time bonus, and it is a 1 point for a win, half point for a draw, and nothing, however hard fought it is, for a loss.
Looking forward to that, as we have seen just a spectacular day of Blitz today, exceeding all kinds of expectations. We have really seen some extraordinary hiccups by Magnus Carlsen. He hasn't played his A game, but having said that, Wei Yi has played great chess at times, and he's been very, very, very fortunate at others. It's just come together perfectly.
Down to resourcefulness. He hasn't given up. He's survived some terrible positions.
Yes, he has.
He's kept the game alive.
He has indeed, and he just won. Very, very nice, impressive display against Prague. At the end, he put together, just precision moves, and he did it very, very quickly, under a minute on his clock, as he took down Prague.
I like how Nodirbek is trying to make eye contact.
Yeah, he seems to be staring, and Wei Yi is
like, no.
No, he's just looking at his pieces.
No, mind games for you.
No staring down of the play. Not at all.
Well, the bell has sounded, and Nodirbek chooses E4, Sicilian from Wei Yi.
Will we see a Najdorf? It's been a while since I've actually even pronounced the word Najdorf. Ooh,
well,
Queen takes D4.
Queen takes D4 played.
So poor Gary Kasparov, he's in Poland watching the games, and he can't even see his favorite Najdorf on the board. Bishop E2.
G6.
The one thing I always understood about this opening, when white plays queen takes d4, I play knight c6, the bishop comes out to b5. But when you put the bishop on e2, you would think that the knight goes to c6. instantly to attack the queen and not to allow the queen to be comfortably placed on e3. It would get bounced around.
Well,
so a
knight
little
c6.
bit of timing issues going on
Right,
here.
knight c6, and now the rook has lined up against the black queen.
Right.
So black has to be very careful that e5 is not going to be a dangerous threat, right?
I wouldn't think it's terrifying. Queen takes d4, queen e3. You've already lost some time, but now the question for black is how to complete your development. You might say, on the one hand, that the pawn on h3 is aimed against the bishop. No bishop to g4. So you start to look, should I be playing bishop to d7, bishop to e6? How do I get my rook into the game? Maybe I should even be playing for
Knight
b6
c3
and bishop b7.
Now
bishop
e5, but e5 is definitely lurking there on the horizon, right?
Is it? Really? No, I'm thinking that after e5,
You just go knight e8 and everything is fine.
Everything is
hang on
fine.
a second, queen a5
Queen
was
a5.
played. Very nice move.
Queen a5.
Bishop d2, and now the bishop and queen eyeball each other, so knight to d5, potential possibility for white.
I'm a perk defense player, and I get these positions all the time as black, and even with a white pawn on f4. And here, I'm a big fan of bringing the rook around, queen c5, not queen b6. Black is ready to trade queens, but he doesn't want the double pawns. He went queen c5.
How to handle that one? I guess you do nothing.
I don't see the problem for black. Again, you know, I just say, I'll repeat at the cost of repeating myself, you want your fair share of the center, you want good development, and you want a safe king. I look at the position of black, and I say, you've achieved that. And look at the position of white, yes, you kind of achieved that, but you might ask your bishops how active and great they feel. It's not a big success.
And one of the things that I always learnt about the Sicilian
Yes.
is that the endgame is almost always preferable for black.
Because-
On account of this half-open C line,
Right.
and also the fact that you have more pawns in the center.
Precisely so. That is exactly what Sicilian lovers love about the Sicilian, is that when you do get the queens off, most of the time you're enjoying an ending advantage because you have, just as you described it, an extra influence in the center. Rook c8. Interesting that he chose that rook.
Yeah.
Okay. Rook to c8.
Rook to b1.
Wow.
Wow, okay.
Okay.
Getting ready to play...
Something wonderful.
Okay,
I
a6
guess-
played
I guess
in order
he's
to prepare knight a5 for the knight to jump into c4.
Yeah, I guess white is somewhat worried that when he moves the knight, the pawn on b2 might be hanging. But this is an indication that not all is well with white's play up to this moment. When you have to play bishop e2 to d3 and rook to b1, something hasn't gone according to plan. b7, b5, knight to d7, followed by knight to e5. These are pretty standard moves.
I
I'm
would say
wondering
so,
if
but he's gone for
D6,
b5.
I was wondering if even d6, d5 could it be essayed at that moment. Also a break that black likes to achieve in the Sicilian. b5.
b5 played.
I like black's position.
There's no... I'm trying to think about the plans for white. I wanted to go knight to a4, knight to b6, but that required a lot of preparation and promptly has been stopped by Wei Yi. So,
Exactly.
okay, so
King
Nodirbek
f1.
plays king f1.
Also a head scratcher. I'm really not...
He's just waiting because, you know, if black does go knight to d7, this allows white to jump in with a knight to d5. So there is a plan.
Let's see. Knight to d5, as you've prescribed. Knight to c5. I was about to say, I could take that knight and play knight to e5, and we were talking about the half-open c-file a moment ago. In any case, knight to c5 threatens, well, maybe that's a strong word, but yes, threatens to capture the bishop on d3. How do you like them apples? Do you want to take on c5? I don't think so. I don't think you're a fan. But you got to do something.
I'm not a fan of anything in the white's position. It's really
it doesn't,
wrong, right?
Yeah, it really doesn't feel like this is the way you're supposed to play the white side of the Sicilian.
Not at all.
No.
Okay.
And that's the danger about the Sicilian when you're white. If you play passively, if you don't do something very consequential, the initiative flows to your opponent, and then you discover to your horror there's no real way of equalizing the game because the imbalances are already favorable to black.
And she's gone for B4. Wow. That's a move. Knight swiftly moves to knight A4. Now, big threat on the board of bishop takes knight. And a knight can jump into C3.
Yes, but that is a shocking move that you don't even play knight takes D3. Why didn't he play knight takes D3? That looked like a great move.
And I'm looking at my computer and I can see that it's been awarded. And yours as well, a double question mark.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. So now...
So there must be something like knight to C3?
What about knight takes knight first?
Or, well, I was going to trade rooks. Knight C3, knight takes C8, rook takes C8. So I can always take one of your two rooks, right? But there's a problem. The rook on B1 is
We've been told
tender.
Knight takes knight, bishop takes knight, and bishop A2.
Yes, that's, yeah, the rook.
Oh, but black missed it.
He missed it. Well, missed it is one thing. This is actually still a very strong position for black. Black is looking at this marvelous, marvelous play along the C file. He's got rook to C3, he's got bishop to C4. Black's got everything. Maybe on a good day you even get to play F7, F5, a kind of a break that you do when things are very favorable. This looks great. Once again, Wei Yi playing boss chess. He may have missed bishop A2 though. Bishop A2 with the it's still on the board.
Bishop A2, and now it comes.
Maybe it was better to get rid of the knight and clean things up.
Yeah.
Make it a little tidy. Bishop A2, and what we're talking about is when the rook moves to C1, the other bishop lands on B2, and you can't hide. That rook is captured.
And Nodirbek ticking to under the minute mark, and he has to give up material.
So the clock times again, sorry?
So Nodirbek has 50 seconds left on the clock, ticking down. Wei Yi, all the time in the world, so it seems 2 minutes and 8 seconds.
This is not a game that Nodirbek is going to be proud of. He has not played this well, got himself into trouble out of the opening. And he's been forced to give up an exchange for, well, quite frankly, a lot of nothing. That bishop on D3 is more or less a very good defender. We'll move the bishop, we'll plop a rook on C3, and then we'll put the other rook on C8, and it should be all she wrote. Rook C3, here it comes.
Yeah, targeting the A3 pawn.
This is not difficult stuff.
How do you defend it? You have to go bishop C1.
Yeah, I know.
It's ugly chess, but it's necessary because if you go rook A1, rook takes bishop.
You called it. You called it. Here it comes. Rook takes C2 check is a massive threat. Now we have E5. E5 is ooh.
He drops it back.
Ooh, he could have played E5, a striking move. Giving white a little bit of a chance to stay in the game is Wei Yi.
But still, E5 can be played at leisure.
Well, yes, but he could have played it when it was winning.
That's true.
Like bam, wins.
Well, now look at this. Bishop comes to F2.
Okay,
again,
tickling the G
you
pawn.
Can't allow black to open up another line, so you have to go.
Oh, he's played G4. He's invited bishop back.
I thought bishop E2 was forced.
Yeah, he's with the open H file, you can now play bishop back to D4. And, well, okay, white's scrambling, doing his best to get something going for himself.
And we do have a first result. It was a draw between Anish and Gukesh.
Very good. Now, I take on a4, rook a3, bishop c3 as one way of trying to just liquidate. But I must say, Wei Yi is making things difficult for himself here.
Well, he goes for g5.
Okay, that is a very, very peculiar move. AB?
Yeah, I'm going to suggest AB.
What is the idea of g5?
Why
it remains a mystery.
Why doesn't he just grab the pawn on a4?
Rook a3. He has to play rook. b5 takes a4, rook a3. And he's played rook b6, but you could have always played g5. Why in that particular moment did he do it? Not
rook
sure.
Comes over to h8, c3. Nodirbek is fighting here.
Oh, big time. And after the move, rook a5.
Okay, rook a7.
Pay attention. I mean, things could really suddenly go in White's favor.
18 seconds. He moves his king up to e2.
Okay, e6, just to stop. Rook takes e7. I thought Nodirbek was going to play rook a5.
Yeah.
He forced black to improve his position with e6.
I guess.
But now what to do? 19
rook
seconds.
c6, and Nodirbek quickly moves his rook back to defend the c-pawn. And here comes Wei Yi's rooks.
Yes, indeed. Those exchanges are worth more than a bishop, and we're about to discover why. Rook f2, rook h2 on the agenda. c4, rook f2.
Now rook g2.
Rook g2. Oh, bishop, there was a rook h1 sighting. Rook h1 mate, you couldn't take the bishop.
Okay, he's pushing his pawns desperately, but the rook will come to h1. The bishop must block the check.
You take on c5 and play bishop to g3, or you go rook to g1. Oh, it's game over.
Rook g1.
Rook.
You're a rook up.
Yes.
And here goes.
Yes, he's done it.
Nodirbek advancing his pawns, but hopeless. And here comes the checkmate.
Exactly.
Rook c1 threatened. Now it's time for these two rooks to start rolling.
They've rolled very, very nicely to this moment. By the way, rook c2.
And we have handshake, and Wei Yi wins again.
Wow. I want to say that was too easy. Magnus. Let's jump to Magnus. What is going on here? Seconds on the clock. In fact, I don't see any seconds for 3 seconds. 6 seconds.
The players are playing really with no time.
Whatsoever.
2 seconds for Magnus there.
And we've got a king and pawn endgame.
Racing.
And I guess everybody's going to get a queen, and Magnus is going to be a pawn up at the end of the...
5 seconds.
Okay, everybody's got a queen. Now, I think we saw an ending like this that Prague won when his king found a safety. Remember on g6? Can Magnus...
some hesitation there from
sure
Arjun.
was. Queen c5 check.
And Magnus is going to go about centralizing his queen. He's going to do it with a few checks just in order to gain some time. And the big question for Arjun is where should he put his king?
Exactly. And you just played g4, and I think that was a really, really good move. For Magnus, I would rather him play that move when his queen is like on e4, really, really nicely centralized. But he's got the right technique. Does he have the time on the clock to... Yeah, I think this should
he does.
be good.
I think the problem is for Arjun. He will have to find some accurate moves in order to hold this.
Almost impossible. I mean, with no time on your clock. And here we go. Check. Queen. Ooh, I'm not sure I like that move. That looks very suspicious to me.
Queen checking on the diagonal. This is a good idea. Queen checks.
So a bit of
and
relief.
again on the diagonal.
A bit of relief for Arjun that he's managed to get the king out of g2.
Look where Magnus has put the king opposite the white king.
Okay, so now he's got his pawn to g2. That should be Enough.
Okay.
Oof.
Handshake.
Wow.
Magnus
What a way to
keeps
finish.
up.
But
He wins as well.
this is all about Wei Yi. He is absolutely impressed.
He made that last round look so effortless.
He did. It's
so
just
smooth.
It's just so incredible what he has done. Congratulations to Magnus, as he's just won his game, obviously, and he's won a couple in a row as we take a look. But look at this line score.
Yeah, take a look at this. And is that another one? 5-win streak.
Yes, a Cinco.
A Cinco. This is
Our second Cinco.
Cinco, right? He did it in the Rapid. He's done it again in the Blitz. And once again, he gets off to a very slow start, 0 points, and then he gets motoring.
When I'm looking
Very
at the
impressive.
score of 20 and a
20.5.
half, I'm thinking that a lot of the Grand Chess Tours have been won with 22, 23, 24. Now, keep in mind, he's got 9 more games tomorrow to play. If 23 was a winning score, I mean, he's almost got the tournament in hand. And of course, he's leading by 2.5 points going into the round. They both won. Magnus was his closest pursuer. Magnus is going to take everybody to dinner and he's going to say, guys, come on, I need some help here. You know, you guys got to beat Wei Yi. You guys killing it. Very, very, very impressive stuff so far. And we're going to bring up our standings after we completed today's Blitz.
Look at this.
Wow.
After round 9, we see Wei Yi at the top with 20.5 points. Magnus Carlsen on 18 points. Praggnanandhaa still holding on to his 3rd place with 14.5 points. Arjun Erigaisi is there on 14, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda working his way up to 13 points.
Just going down, I mean, it's remarkable to see, for me especially. I really thought Gukesh, fresh off his victory in Toronto, is going to come in here with a powerful wind of confidence. Challenger to the world champion. But this is a bit of a pace plant. Maybe it's tiredness?
Maybe, but the games have been good.
Yes.
He's been struggling when it comes to the last seconds of the games.
Yeah.
He hasn't managed to hold his nerve.
Good point.
And
Good
he's
point.
let slip a lot of potential victories.
Something he's confessed to in his interviews with Cristian. As we are, let's throw it to Poland, and Cristian is with Magnus.
Magnus, absolutely a brilliant grind in your style, but you entered and it seemed like you were a bit disappointed. Why is it so?
Yeah, I mean, I just didn't have it today. I don't know. I felt good from the start, but then, like, I think my nervous system just, collapsed during or after the game against Prague, and after that, I just sucked, honestly. The score was still, like, half decent, but obviously if Wei Yi continues to win, then it doesn't matter.
But it almost felt like a sense of urgency coming from you. You needed to win this one. You were making titanic efforts to win this one, especially this final game. Did you see this as a must-win situation for you? With Wei winning pretty much every game?
Yeah, pretty much every game is a must-win at this point. So.
Tell us a bit about these final moments. Where do you feel like you're finally taking over and maybe having a hint of an advantage?
No, I thought I was trying to equalize. Firstly, but I mean, Arjun is a very ambitious player, and I mean, he just fell for my trick here with King E2, and then King E2 B6, which was sweet, and then I mean, he has to go Knight D3, but then I thought I'd equalized. But yeah, I mean, here he was just too ambitious, and like after that, I should have finished the game off. But as I said, like I'm just like. Yeah, I have no sense of anything with a few seconds. Like here, like I could just go mate him, right? I could just. Yeah, okay, it's insane.
What's the mindset going into tomorrow's games? 2.5 points behind Wei Yi. What do you have to do to win this one? Do we need to see another 9 out of 9?
Nah, I mean, 9 out of 9 is, well, then he'd still need +4 to catch me, so probably not, but I guess like pretty much every game is a must-win, that's for sure.
Magnus, thank you very much. Get some rest and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys,
Thank you,
Thank you.
Cristian. You have a game that you'd like to share with us. Nasi, take it away.
Yes, let's take a look at. We have so many interesting games that we can't follow all, so I'll show
Right.
you Prague's game against Vincent Keymer. The first critical moment was here when Prague played move b4. As you can see, it's a bad move, and the obvious reason is that we can take and then pin everything on a file. And after rook a7, there is no way for white to save the piece, even
Right.
though you have time. So I'll show you an example. Let's make some move. The way black picks up a piece is that we trade first and then queen f8.
Right.
And there is no more defense, rook a3 is coming.
Right.
But surprisingly, Vincent probably rushed and trusted that Prague calculated b4, so he didn't take, he played a4. After which position still remained somewhat black was still better, but
Yes.
not winning, not up a piece. And then I want to show you this moment. Sorry, I jumped a little bit far ahead. Rook c3. I love, as a Sicilian player,
Looks great.
we love moves like rook c3. Rook b1, and guess what? We are sacrificing. Do not look at the question mark.
Right, right.
Let's
but
ignore
a
that,
peculiar
because
move.
it's a great move.
Yeah.
Rook a3, rook comes to c2. We have rook on the second, two amazing bishops. Black is doing great. Arjun, of course, manages to defend this, and so did Prague by starting with rook to b2. Great move. Rook c7 went back. Rook b1. Prague was offering a draw by repeating this
Clearly.
move, but Vincent said no and went queen b5. After which, sorry, actually, do we have to go to the interview? Okay.
Definitely finish yours on.
So after queen b5, Arjun gives equal, but I'll show you this last critical moment. Queen d3 was a huge blunder. White is completely winning, but it's not with the intuitive move queen c7, which was played. Queen c7 is losing.
Losing!
Yes, it was queen c6 that was made in 16.
You have queen e8 check. Of
Right, but after queen c7, bishop e7, immediately followed by another blunder. It was black who ended up checkmating on f3.
Wow.
So a crazy, absolutely crazy game.
Let's throw to Poland as Cristian is with Arjun.
Arjun, an unfortunate final game against Magnus, but overall a pretty good performance today. How would you assess your performance, and what is the most memorable game in your opinion?
Yeah, there was some unfortunate games, but there was also a lot of luck. I won a lot of games that I shouldn't have. And my memorable game, I think, the one against Duda.
Against Duda? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought I played well under time pressure. When he played knight e2, I thought things could go wrong very easily for me, but I found this knight d3 and kept control. And
that was definitely a great one. Also one that struck me was the one against Praggnanandhaa, because in fact, you guys know each other very well. I would assume you guys trained with each other, but he's also a French player, and you play the French against him. How did you come up with that strategy?
Yeah, I have been playing French for my childhood opening, so I always have a liking towards it. And yeah, since it is Blitz, I didn't really care that he played Blitz French in the candidates. So yeah,
You just wanted to fight, and you got one
Yeah.
in that one. Now, Arjun, this is the first time at the Grand Chess Tour for you. How do you feel playing against these seasoned veterans, some of them seasoned veterans?
To be honest, I think most of them are like from my generation, and yeah, it's a great opportunity to play at the Grand Chess Tour. And yeah, so far I haven't done too well, especially in Rapid, but at least I would like to finish well.
And you're also considered to be very much an open specialist. You enjoy playing open tournaments. How do they differ from this one?
Yeah, I think in opens you have to take a lot of risk with black as well, and it's a bit different here. You don't necessarily have to do that.
Arjun, still plenty of games left. You're still in contention, definitely for the podium. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Arjun.
Wow. For those of you who missed it, once again, take a look at the standings because we are seeing chess history being made as we have a resurgent. Wei Yi, welcome back.
Totally. Wei Yi at the top with 20.5 points. Magnus Carlsen, 2.5 points behind on 18. And Praggnanandhaa still holding on to third place with 14.5 points. But half a point behind him, it is Arjun Erigaisi with 14 points. Really, anything can happen in that middle section. Because there is another day of chess tomorrow. 9 more games of Blitz, played at the time control of 5 minutes plus 2 seconds per bonus per move. 1 point for the win, half a point for a draw, nothing if you lose. And remember, if it's tied at the top, playoffs will be played.
Absolutely. Now, see, if I was to tell you that one Magnus Carlsen was behind the leader by 2.5 points, you would say, who's that masked man?
Yes, it's
Who is this Wei Yi?
Such a surprising event.
Wow.
But what can we say? Magnus definitely stumbled a lot today.
Yes, he did.
He let go of so many winning positions. And he would have still been in the first place if Wei Yi just didn't win every game.
Right.
So it just tells you how strong the field is, that even if you have Magnus here, he's 2.5 points behind Wei Yi. I mean,
right.
I'm still processing.
Right, exactly.
But I will say, knowing Magnus, if he can shake this off, he can come back tomorrow and catch up with Wei Yi.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it will take a stumble.
He will need help from other players.
Exactly.
Yes.
Somebody's going to put together another streak. We've been seeing streaks by Arjun, by Wei Yi, of course, Kirill, and Magnus is now putting together a streak. And Magnus, I think he's won back-to-back, but has he won 3 in a row?
I think just 2.
Just 2.
I think.
Well, he might. Can he go on a big
But
streak?
Wei Yi is all about the double sinker, right?
Right.
And talking about Wei Yi and his impressive performance, he's with Cristian right now in Poland.
Wei, absolutely incredible performance from you today. You started off with a loss and Magnus caught up with you, but after that, you managed to overpower him by 2.5 points. What was the mindset coming into today's rounds and how did you achieve that?
Honestly, I was surprised with my score today. And of course, luck today. Because I think in many games I had a bad position, but then I won some games. For example, my games with Kirill. At first I was a pawn up, but then I started to play very bad, and then he got winning position. But he was less on time, so he lost that game. And and I think Magnus also missed some good position today. For example, his game with Abdusattorov, and also, of course, the game with me.
Absolutely, and I want to talk about that because we had Gary Kasparov in the studio here, and he said it almost felt like a turning point for the tournament as a whole, that game, because Magnus, of course, didn't convert his advantage.
Yeah.
Can you show us a little bit, can you tell us a bit about that game?
Yes, in the opening, I think I was better after the opening, but then he made some, I think, great moves. For example, I missed rook b8 because I can't take the pawn because he has 95.
Okay.
Yeah, so I played bishop d3, and then after bishop b7, then he played very well, I think. Yeah. But he had a very big advantage. And he played very quickly and strong. Yes.
With this h5 expansion and creating the weaknesses on the queen side, on the king side.
Yeah, and I felt I was almost lost.
But still, you fought. That seems to be a pattern for you in this blitz section. You're a great fighter.
But I think for Magnus, it's not usually. He lets the points. Slipped.
Yes. And you did, by the way, let's just show everybody how you escaped in that one, because it was quite illustrative.
I think every move lost.
it looked very dangerous for you, but you managed to find the most fighting moves.
Yeah, but after E1 queens, I felt maybe I had some chance to survive. Yes.
Yeah. Rook to C3, rook to B1.
Yeah, no, it's already not easy to win. Yeah.
In fact, such a natural move, right? Rook to B1. It feels like the correct move.
Yes, and especially with less time.
Yes. Both of you guys were at 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, Wei, what's the strategy tomorrow? Are you going to try to preserve your advantage, play more conservative chess, or are you just going to keep playing your own brand of chess?
I think I would just play my chess, yes, without any, strategy.
Absolutely. Well, you've been doing an amazing job so far. Wei, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Absolutely. You got to add our congratulations to that result as well. Wow.
But
what a
talking
result.
about amazing result, amazing score. You know, Wei Yi may have mentioned luck, but I don't believe in luck per se, because take a look. 5 wins in a row, incredible score so far. He's on 20.5 points. First place, 2.5 points ahead of Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, you don't hear that every day. 7 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. What a performance. And this, what can we say? We've got Blitz tomorrow, just same pairings, just mix the colors. Final thoughts, Nasi, can you believe it?
Well, Wei Yi is such an impressive guy. And even though Magnus Carlsen had a really bad day today, he still seems like the only player who can possibly catch Wei Yi tomorrow.
Right.
Because rest of the field has fallen really behind. But I believe in Magnus. I expect him to come back tomorrow as the Magnus that we know.
Right.
So I can't wait to see that.
Again, the dominant force reassert himself. Well, let's see what our predictions said. Well, we're in there with a shout,
okay,
but I don't know. 2.5 points is 2.5 points.
But none of us predicted Wei Yi
I can't believe. I'm shocked by you.
I was looking good after the first day.
Over
That's all
to
I can
you.
say. I was looking good after the first
Poland. Day. Over to you, Cristian.
Guys, what an amazing day of chess. I have to say, all of these Blitz days are so exciting. Back and forth chess. Sure, some misses along the way, but this is all natural. And at the end, the cream rises to the top, and that's exactly what we're seeing in this one. It's a 2-horse race for the moment, but I have to say, Wei Yi right now is taking over. Just absolutely brilliant play. Anastasiya, you are in the playing hall occasionally. You've chatted with Gary. Gary was here as well. You've seen the emotions. Tell us a bit about that.
Yes, I've seen so many emotions today, and now that the last game was still on the way, I decided to go to the venue and check how is it going in the game between Magnus and Erigaisi. And you could see that Magnus was fighting as a lion, and he managed to win this game. And after that, he stood up and he checked the result of Wei Yi, and he was like, whatever I'm doing today is not working, because he plays really great chess. So he managed to make 7.5 out of 9 today. And Gary Kasparov was here in the studio, and he was asking me, let's check the result. How many points did he make? Because it's really impressive, 7.5 in this field. So far, so good for Wei Yi. Magnus is clearly disappointed with his result, it seems, but again, he's playing good chess. He's making good results, but he's doing better. That's the problem so far. Expecting a lot of interesting games tomorrow.
I'm expecting a very competitive race. You've heard it here first. Now back to you in the studio, and we'll see you tomorrow from Poland.
I was going to say, I don't see a problem with Magnus. Magnus has actually played really, really good. It's just that one guy is playing outstanding, lights out. Remember very funnily, in 1994, it was Linares. Anatoly Karpov won first. Gary Kasparov, world champion, was second. And Gary won rating points, and Anatoly won the tournament by 2 points. It was absolutely, absolutely amazing. Ladies, it was wonderful calling the action with you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We couldn't have predicted such excitement and entertainment, but don't go anywhere, because tomorrow it is going to be the final day and the conclusion of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz. We will find out the winner. Thank you everyone for watching. See you tomorrow.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.